Alvin Verhill Senior. Sherry Redway. Cameron Wilcott. Lila Schildensight. Michael Bolt Senior.
Here.
William Kendall.
Here.
Ben Blackman III.
Oh.
Mary Little Thunder. Yeah. 9.
We have 9. We don't have a quorum yet, so we'll give them some time to get here.
Yeah, what do you? I would say they're trying to get rid of us with that diabetes.
Yeah. I don't care. Next time you. It wasn't until she was just halfway through her roll call.
Oh, okay. I will do that.
We need to start taking our job seriously.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, We'll do our second roll call.
Here. Christopher Eaglebear. Todd Verhill. Cowboy Wright.
Here.
Stanley Woodenek Jr. John Hollander. Royal Yellowhawk. Robert Radley.
Oh.
Charles DeBray Jr. Bill Michael.
Here.
Wayne Frederick. Emily Boyd Lonjo. Alvin Verhill Sr.
Here.
Sherry Redway. Cameron Wilcott. Lila Schildensight. Michael Bolt Sr.
Here.
William Kendall.
Here.
Ben Blackburn III.
Oh.
Mary Little Thunder. Here. Of 11.
We have 11. We have a quorum. Okay. All right, you're the one who excuses you. Yeah, today we have an added person that we need to do an excusal for, and that's Michelle Hellhornder. Sherry will be late, and then we have Mary leaving at 12:30 and Willie leaving at 2. I need a motion to excuse Michelle Coates, second by Mike, question by Bill. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10.
Opposed?
1.
Not voting?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Hvala Peter, hoć čapiklo, jaka, to ne imena tako što četka hoki čapiklo, na ha wokuže na to na očeke čekte, na ha to na kuže ti bih to na kiksi apik taka na učozani ju apik tlo, na ha waki papi wachi čapik ta učozani tlo.
Oh.
Na patuki hoch wahupa koza wahuto pa hecha se hoči čapik ta, tako što četka na iza učozani tlo, na ha he. To na očeke čekte na ha ušikapi ločipi hena kiksi apik taka hena woki wichao haplo.
Oh.
Hello Petuki. Hoch le ovni cha hapi khata ko ste chetke tak ne shicha ki proste tak ko ste chetke. Na to na ibna tako heapchiki. No gna tako yok shichapi tako yok pisni na ichashiche hevna. Le to na omni na kapi ithacha woglaka chasha hena. Uchotha che wajila na chote wajila ogna okina jupi. Oyate ushikapalo na le Upi yaka hekta kia, ta upikta yaka hekta kia. Taku waste chetkia, onki chapi. Na ea. Oya teke he ogna ea taku waste chetkia wana bloketo kino zi prisutho. Na hekta kia ea wachocha chikupikta. Na e. Hochi chapi lo. Ushimakila, okia po. Oya te ushikapa lo. Mitake o mazanik to lo. Mitake oyasi. Koga shaya ya pe kawa pa ke an o e yon kishne he no shik telo ay ochlate hayan o ya teke hayan leche chagik cha le chamo velo yo ay apolo oh tak
Is that Risco? Risco? We lost our quorum, so Risco did you represent?
Yeah. I'm not sure if they're coming over now, but, you just, know, we got that resolution.
Is she here? I thought Claremont was, Risco. Where's Akila? There she is. Council, yesterday, we lost our quorum, and so I recessed. Akila that was talking to us about the broadband has a resolution that needs to be amended that I'm gonna bring on now because she needs to catch her flight. So if you want to come and discuss it, they're passing it out now. Yeah.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you 2 days in a row. Thanks for working me in. As we talked about before, the tribe is working on setting in place a series of contract negotiations that it needs to build out its broadband infrastructure. And one of the things that it would like to do is to get a quote for construction of the fiber network, the actual laying of the fiber from Lumen. And in order to do that, it has to tell Lumen, where it intends to build this fiber. And so typically, when we're sharing things like planned fiber path maps, we want to protect those, with a non-disclosure agreement so that we're sharing it with that company, but so the broader world or competitors, whoever else, doesn't necessarily have access to all of your kind of protected infrastructure data. So this agreement would basically, the resolution authorizes the disclosure of that information to the extent necessary to get a construction quote, and then it also authorizes and directs the president to execute a non-disclosure agreement that would basically bind Lumen to confidentiality terms. There's no, so it's basically just a contract to protect the tribe's data. Any questions?
Questions? So we'll bring it on as emergency legislation. I need someone to bring it on. I don't know.
Council, I'm not sure if it takes two actions or if we can do it all in one. Eric, maybe you can help us here. Two things need to happen. There was a petition resolution that was signed here a couple weeks ago authorizing a contract with Lumen. But, so that hasn't been ratified, so we need to reconsider that and not ratify it. And then we need to pass this resolution which authorizes, it's not an NDA agreement, it's just more like a request for information. So those two actions need to happen.
So the Assembly can just reconsider and amend this.
Yes, Ro.
Yeah, I'll make that motion to reconsider and ratify.
And amend.
Mike's got a question.
In a minute. I need a second. Alvin, question? Bob?
Mike, you have a question?
Do you have a question?
Yes, I do, ma'am.
Okay,
Forgive me, I'm catching up with this
Okay.
particular project. We're about to enter into a contractual agreement, correct? So, Wayne, what's the, is there language in here that relates to dispute resolution?
Yeah, and that's why we're not gonna ratify that existing
96.
resolution, because that contract has a dispute resolution. This one here is not necessarily an NDA agreement. It's just that the tribe is going to adopt this form, and what this form does is authorize us, the tribe, to release information to,
Okay, so there's nothing non-binding in it, right?
not necessarily,
Or nothing binding in it, excuse me. Yeah.
I'll let Akila explain that further.
yeah.
All right, thank you.
Akila.
All right, yeah, and just to clarify, so there was earlier a form that we circulated in the project, but this one is it is a non-disclosure agreement that is binding, but it's there's no waiver of sovereign immunity. There's no so it is a non-disclosure agreement between the tribe and Lumen that is binding them to protect your data. And so if they were to breach that contract, you could sue them in tribal court or another court of competent jurisdiction. The contractual terms would be interpreted consistent with South Dakota law, which they requested. But there's not a situation really in which Lumen would be suing the tribe, because Lumen is receiving this information and then is responsible for protecting it.
Yeah, if either party wanted to opt out of the agreement or the arrangement.
Yes, so the tribe can terminate.
Like a notice thing, that sort of thing.
Yeah, so they can terminate and request destruction of the information that's disclosed, and then Lumen has an obligation to destroy that information within 10 days, within certain kind of reasonable bounds, but yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. So we need, Grill made the motion, Mike, you second.
I'll second.
Okay, Bob, question, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carries.
We're all good now?
Yep, we're all good now. You guys will come back?
Thanks, if you don't want to come take over, you can. Akila,
Yeah, on the inside.
come see here. Yeah.
Thank you, Phil. Appreciate it, yeah.
No, we don't have. That's going their way?
Yeah, they'll be over, yeah, they're on the way now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sure. Council, since Sweetgrass is here, do we want to go ahead and hear them now before Resco comes over? If you guys are okay with that? All right. They're Sweetgrass Consulting. Go ahead and come on up front. I know your needs are always.
I'm good.
Hand off out and you can get started. Do you need to be on our screen? Yeah. Are you set up, or they're setting it now? They have it set up.
I'll try.
Right.
They numbers from the investment in the scan, so they got it out and see they avoid it and let it go. And you got last year, right, 57%. So he knows what I'm probably see.
I got this in my calendar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Find out.
Oh, for June.
Before we get started, I'd like to introduce the please. Morning, Council. I'd like to introduce Michael Bridge and beautiful wife Nancy, here from Sweetgrass Consulting. Margot Morrison is one of our elder protection workers. Eric White is one of our elder protection workers. James T. Charter is one of the elder advisors ever had. Russell also on elder. So thank you for allowing us to make this presentation.
Cigarettes? What happened to you? Yeah.
Well, thank you all so much for giving us time to be here today. I'm a principal director and one of the co-owners of Sweetgrass Consulting. We've been doing this type of work since 2008, and then we started the firm officially in 2014. I was very blessed to have Cheryl reach out to me around the December of 2022 to talk about the possibility of doing a needs assessment for elder victims of abuse, and then to develop a strategic plan for the elder protection program and other programs that work to protect and make sure elders remain sacred. I would like to get started now with you all's permission, if this is a good time to start. My wife and some of my good friends here have passed out some extra information on our firm. Reach out to me later if you'd like to know more as well, and those the chocolates are pretty good too. So. If there's no other questions, I'd like to go ahead and get started. Thank you. You can see I have it on the screen here. We're going to go through first the comprehensive study. What I have on the screen here is an abridged version, so it's going to follow like yours, but it has some missing pages, so we can go through this first. And what we would really like to do, myself and the team, is start out with the acknowledgments.
We remember our ancestors, our relatives who walked the Witchoni before us. And with each step made things just a little easier. I want to honor our relatives for providing us guidance, encouragement, and the essence of what it means to be Lakota. We honor some of the most sacred of our people, the Wakan, Oyate elders.
The RST Veterans Affairs allowed us to use their facilities many times free of charge for meals and gatherings to assure programs and elders from across our communities collaborated for this report and the complementary strategic plan. Janet Claremont provided great leadership on behalf of her fellow Elder Advisory Council members. Russell Eaglebear, the late Valerie Crazy Bull, Carol Perea, Sharon Fullbull, Sharon's in here somewhere, Fred Little Bald Eagle, Phil Two Thunder, and James Two Charger. Their insights from generations of experience provided direction for this study, and their commitment allowed community members to trust our processes.
Over a lifetime, Valerie Crazy was provided much for her family and our people while sitting on the Elder Advisory Council for the study. She had made her transition to the spirit world will belong for all she has done for us, and our next steps are in her honor.
During the study, a man raising his grandchildren, Brian Richard Eaglebull Sr., had his life viciously cut short by careless community members. We pray for his family and those that are hurting. He is a reminder that our work has just begun, that our sacred elders are worth so much more.
We want to be prayerful for ourselves and for our people when she comes and when we fall short. And we want to remain thankful for the many great things we are achieving as a jump we are. Thank you.
As you can see in the bottom of the page there, anything is possible once you start with a little prayer from Fred Little Bald Eagle. Thank you, sir, Royal, for starting out with prayer today. I want to go over a few little short notes before going through this study. And please, you all, interrupt me at any time if I'm going through too fast or something of that nature, or you all want to make a comment. Everybody here, I'm sure, has something to say that is important. Big, extensive studies like this, people can look at them and wonder, where do we start? And I just want to mention a few things that can make it easier to go through. When you or any of your relatives are using a computer to look at the study, please hit the Control F button. And you see that box pops up in the top. And maybe you want to search the word abuse or justice or court. Maybe you're writing a grant for the court, so you want to see everywhere the court is mentioned in here. You just type in the word that you want up at the top of the box after hitting Control F. And it will show you everywhere in the document that word justice is mentioned. And then you can scroll through the document to find those keywords. Page 4, page 5, page 6. Clearly the word justice is mentioned a lot. It's always nice to start out at the table of contents. Just another quick note. On these larger studies. You're getting ready to have an Elder Advisory Council meeting and wondering how you might plan the next one, or perhaps, again, a grant writer's coming in. maybe the council wants to develop something new, start at these table of contents to see where the information you're looking for might be. I know that's common sense, but sometimes we forget, and it can be overwhelming knowing where to start with so many things going on in your lives. There are recommendations throughout this report. These recommendations came from the hundreds of people that we talk to in your communities and the dozens of people we talk to that run other elder programs in some of your relatives' nations throughout Turtle Island as well. Those recommendations, they're on page 4 from the executive summary. You can see them again broken down in a different way on page 51. We actually connect the challenges with the recommendations that we have to address those challenges on page 51. You can see that right there on the table of contents. Page 69 to 71 breaks those recommendations down again by different themes. So related to elder-specific recommendations on page 69. Elder Protection Program specific recommendations on 70. Also on page 70, recommendations from all programs across your nation, because it's going to take more than one elder protection program to address these issues. It takes collaboration from all programs. And then page 71 has community-specific and Sichangu nation-specific recommendations how to enact these things here. Throughout this report, you can look for quotes from community members and other indigenous peoples from across the United States. And there are small case studies that demonstrate the Muckleshoot, the Oglala Lakota, the Ho-Chunk, and other nations who have done things similar. I'm ready to start working through this if you all are ready. Page 1, executive summary. The first 3 pages kind of summarize the whole report. As of 2019, the issue of elder abuse and mistreatment had never been formally addressed by the Rosebud Sioux tribe. While there are no official reports detailing the number of elders living on the reservation, census data from Todd County estimates 1,107 individuals who are age 60 and above. Our most recent estimates provided by the 20 community chairs is there were 966 elders throughout the 20 communities here. Those were the estimates that came from all 20 community chairs. You're going to hear me saying our, us, and we a lot during this presentation. I am a white outsider. This report was written from you all's perspective. It's you all's report, so you all can present it to your community members. You can cut and paste and put things on your social media, and it's already written as if it's coming from you. Our, us, we. The report is broken up and summarized in this way. For example, the Sichangu community strengths that exist right now to address abuse and treatment and mistreatment. And we broke that down, strengths of the elder, the Waka Oyate, strengths of that household and close relatives, the Tiwahe, strengths from that larger extended family and community level, and strengths from the Sichangu nation as a whole. And you will see each section. Yes, sir.
You mentioned Waka Oyate, Waka. Passage was different. I'm not trying to pull it down. Elder, that.
Say that again, please, sir.
Waka.
Okay.
Waka.
I'm going to blame Fred for that one. If that's okay. Since he's not here. Thank you. Each section breaks it down like this visually and then has words and narrative to explain what these charts and graphs mean. The methods we use to come up with this report, in case anybody ever says, oh no, the court just put in there what they want, or Sweetgrass put in there what they want. These methods on page 3 Over 70 different articles and existing reports from within your communities were used. We started out with one community vision session. We had over 40 weekly meetings with Elder Protection Program. We had 10 meetings with the Elder Advisory Council that we mentioned the members, some are in here today. We had 16 community meetings. We tried to make it to all 20, but 4 got canceled for various reasons. With over 273 attendees, 100 of those were elders. We had 4 meetings with over 30 organizations, other service providers. There were 30 service provider questionnaires where your different programs, the Sichangu programs, helped answer questionnaires. 27 interviews from in your communities, 8 interviews from people outside of the Rosebud Sioux tribe, 4 case studies, 219 surveys, 59 of those were elders, 5 radio spot recordings, 2 chairman's meetings. We created forms that the Elder Protection Program can now use to track elder abuse and the successes that occur with elders, and a referral system. Forms so there can be a referral system when a tribal member calls and they need clothing, they're being abused in their home, they need transportation and medical. Well, that's 3 programs right there. There's a referral system to refer those folks to specific people in the programs that they need, and to assure that all of those programs follow through with that specific elder. And we created a customized database where all of this is housed by the Elder Protection Program. That was not a part of the original contract. However, the Victims Against Women Act database that we were ordered to use by the Department of Justice grant was outdated. And one of the judges from the court said, we have to use it. It's in the grant. So I contacted the University of Southern Maine, the people that created the federal database. And I said, can you all please give us a training on how to use this database? You all created it. And the lady from University of Southern Maine said, please do not use this database. It's outdated and it's never going to be updated. So it's almost 20 years outdated. So we created our own. It's the property of Rosebud Sioux Tribe in the courts. The recommendations you all will see, page 4, throughout this report are all listed here. Page 4. And as I mentioned, it's kind of broken down by themes. As you all are reading through this, if you see recommendations that spur your particular interest, you know which page you can go to read more about how we came up with that recommendation and why. And I'm not ready to conclude yet, but I'm going to go ahead and read the conclusion. It's part of the executive summary at the beginning. Challenges associated with elder abuse and mistreatment are not always direct causes, but understanding them can help identify various opportunities to address and prevent issues among the most sacred community members. While building a robust and resilient elder protection program, it is essential. It's equally important to address underlying challenges and root causes while also bringing awareness and education to the issue. Promoting community-wide involvement, centering our elders, preserving traditional knowledge, and embracing restorative justice principles will create a safe and protective environment for our elders. By prioritizing these efforts, we as Sichangu Lakota can create healthier lives for our elders, families, and communities. That's the end of the executive summary. We'll start diving in further. Up to 79% of cases go unreported. That's specific to elder abuse. Of every case, there's approximately 79% of cases that do not go reported nationwide. A representative from the National Indigenous Elder Justice Initiative, we had an opportunity to talk to her several times. She said something that you all know and live. Honestly, I think it all really stems from colonization and ongoing efforts of colonization. Boarding schools had a profound impact on how our families work and disturb family patterns of parenting and really just cause the destruction of who we are as community members. And I don't think that it's necessarily something that our communities want to talk about. It is still really taboo subject because we, in theory, want to hold our elders in that place of reverence. This page just talks a little bit about those root causes and historical trauma. We start delving into community insights, and the map on page 15 talks about when we were at that community and when the chairperson provided us their elder numbers, that 966, which we know is still an estimate, but we believe it's the most up to date. It's what all the community chairs estimated as of last year. So that map demonstrates the approximate number of elders in each of those communities. Page 15. Recommendation 1, page 16. Involve elders in the conversation about elder services. Give our elders a seat at the metaphorical table so that they can bring their lived experience and insights to the discussion. This is something you all know, but it's something that continued to be brought up and why it was important for this study particularly that there was an elder advisory council created from with 10 different folks, 5 female, 5 male, from different communities. It's their desire to continue to be involved in the discussions and the way elder protection plays out. Page 17 just demonstrates who those people are. Page 18 talks a little bit about where the surveys came from. Of course, the majority, 20%, came from Rosebud proper. Corn Creek says NA in Milk's Camp as well. I surmise that people from those communities filled them out. I remember going to those community meetings myself and having really good food there that Janet prepared. I would surmise people from those communities filled surveys out too and just did not indicate which community they came from. Of the 219 surveys filled out, 27% were elders. And remember, we also talked to 100 elders at the various different communities as well. Approximately 47 was the age average number of people in the home, 4. But as you all know, there's people with 17 or so in a trailer. From the people we talked to, the highest household was 11 people. The eldest member was 89 years old. So page 20, we asked people, what are the top 3 causes of elder abuse and mistreatment in Sicangu communities? These answers will not surprise you all. Alcohol and substance abuse, number 1. The vulnerability of elders, which means they can be easily targeted, and financial strain. 23% of elders and 35% of people who were not elders agreed that they feel like elders in the community are well respected. So when asked if elders are well respected, 23% of elders said they are, and 35% of non-elders said they are. We want to see those numbers go up. Clearly, you all would want to see that respect rise. Every form of abuse, from abandonment, emotional abuse, financial abuse, physical abuse, self-neglect, sexual abuse, and spiritual abuse was mentioned as always, sometimes, or usually happening. Financial and emotional abuse were the most common forms, with 95% of participants indicating it always, usually, or sometimes happened. Abandonment and self-neglect had 89% of participants indicate that it was always, usually, or sometimes happening. I want to say again, thank you. I know this is a very touchy subject. So thank you for giving me the space to speak these words and to share this with you. All right. Again, we see these charts throughout that kind of break down and summarize the upcoming, what's coming next. I think it's silly at the university level. People use these big words like socio-ecological framework to explain these type of things, but I think it's important to know that this way of thinking is inherently indigenous. It's not something that came from universities. The idea that everything is connected and we need to look at things from an individual level, a household level, a nation level, because we are all related. You already know that's an inherently indigenous way, a holistic way of looking at things. So that's the way we strive to look at the challenges and the strengths throughout this report. Page 25, the top 3 challenges related to addressing elder abuse and mistreatment. Elder is the primary caregiver for young children. That's a challenge. The elder does not want to separate themselves from possible abusers because of the children that are involved. Elder does not want to press charges against a family member. They're afraid to make their family member's life even harder. It's already hard. Then, address, next thing you know, you have federal charges. So if they ever wanted to go to the Army, that's impeded against them because of a bad mistake they made to abuse a family member, etc. And then elder is living with their abuser. Now, of course, this report, and as you get into the nitty-gritty, the recommendations are to help address these types of things, address these types of challenges. We talk about restorative justice a lot. The purpose of talking about restorative justice and restoring health, restoring healing, restoring relationships, the goal is to try to, when an elder is afraid to press charges, turn that into, we're not pressing charges, we are turning this person in to restore our relationship. We are hoping that this person becomes a better person, a better human being, not doing something that will set them back. And that's all a part of the restorative justice principles outlined in this report. I won't go through and read every single recommendation, but just know there's 15 or so throughout, as we've mentioned several times. And those recommendations stem directly from what we heard from you all. Awareness, education, and outreach, for example, booklets, pamphlets, posters, phone numbers to call when an elder protection person is needed, or someone such as James from the prosecutors. Yes, I had surgery 2 days ago, folks, so I'm very into this and excited, but if I seem kind of blank, that's why, okay? But ask me anything and I'll do my best to answer the question immediately, but it might take a day or two for me and my team to get back with you. But this was so important, I could not wait another month to speak to you all about this. All right. You'll see those quotes all throughout again. Sometimes underneath the recommendation, you'll see something that says challenges shared by our relatives. That means other Native nations that have experienced similar challenges and how they have strove to address those challenges. So as mentioned, you'll see that throughout. Familial relationships, that idea of everything is connected. We're all related. Community members highlighted this challenge in several ways. Because elders are often related to their abusers, elders are less likely to do anything that could cause pain to their abusers or get them in trouble, including calling the authorities and or pressing charges against them. Similarly, elders do not want to be sent to live away from their family members or have their grandchildren taken away from them. An additional fear of retaliation exists. Of course, we talk to elders who have felt retaliated against by their abusers. Additionally, even in an abusive relationship, community members highlighted that their abusers still provide for the elder in some way, such as running errands, chopping wood, replacing windows, and etc. We recommend and talk about in here meaningful job and income generation, page 30. You already know the need and the desire for meaningful living wages. But throughout this process, we talked about that idea of bringing back community restitution and things like that. And according to some of the elders we talked to, including elders within the court system, those community restoration activities and projects, they can't be fulfilled because there's not enough supervisors to assure that they're being fulfilled. Other ideas we mentioned related to meaningful job and income is 1 to 2 extra police officers that service specific elder needs and have the time and resources to make top stops, just to stop in and ask how an elder is doing, if they're warm enough, etc. Just to create and build that relationship even when no abuse is occurring at the time. Inter-program collaboration. As mentioned, there were over 30 programs from the Rosebud Sioux tribe that collaborated to create this study and the strategic plan. They commented, we need each other. Joint planning, resource sharing, conflict resolution, clear communication channels, and as mentioned, a referral system was developed. And when it will be instituted, it can create those clear channels as well. I should mention, there's good pats on the backs from those programs that meet elders' needs. And then there's sometimes where you get those finger points, that program didn't meet my grandma's needs, etc. This referral system will track all of that, and it's able to create a monthly report to bring to the president's office monthly that you can see. It doesn't have confidential information, but it can see the referral system process and what programs have done really good in answering the phones and talking to those elders, and what programs have left those elders on hold and haven't followed through yet. That's a report that the president's office could receive every month. Local safety partnerships, similar to that inter-program collaboration with the law enforcement. Page 33, that increasing support I've already talked about, elder-centric communication networks, increased wellness checks, etc. There's a lot of talks about hopes and dreams. They are listed in here, some of them on page 36. And that idea to just prioritize connection. Prioritize cultural, traditional, and historical significance. Lakota values, greeting an elder with a soft handshake. These are things you all already know. But that idea of continuing to develop, just like the amount of elders that enjoy going to bingo or something, more elder-centered activities. People mentioned starting to have elder meetings within their own communities like they have done years ago, and some communities still probably do that today. Strengths. We started talking about challenges, and then we'll talk about the various strengths these next several pages. And it's important to know that right now, the Elder Protection Program, still in its infancy, this is really year 2, but so far they provide wellness checks, referrals and follow-ups, safety planning, medical advocacy, emotional and moral support, and translation services. Assist with protection orders, guardianship assistance, restraining orders, and legal advocacy, and then outreach with community events and community meetings. That's just the beginning, of course. While EPP has made commendable strides in its first year Elder Protection Program, there remains significant opportunity ahead and many programmatic and community strengths to build upon. By leveraging community resources and fostering greater collaboration, the Elder Protection Program can further enhance its services ensuring that every elder in our communities receive the comprehensive support needed to thrive. So this next section, built on strengths, this is the strengths chart that kind of demonstrates those things on page 38. And then as mentioned, the narrative follows along and explains those things more thoroughly. There are 9 programs that have elder-specific services. Of course, many other programs support elders, but 9 that have elder-specific services right now, and almost all provide some sort of resources for elders. 5 provide a form of transportation or case management, and 4 provide food or stipends for food. And this is some of the services on page 39 that are currently provided by various programs. Shout out again to the prosecutor's office because I know that they're in here today. There's certainly a huge recommendation to build service provider capacity. We hope that we are born and raised in a way to respect our elders, but that doesn't mean that all of us are trained in a way to meet the specific needs that they have related to mental abuse, physical abuse, transportation, just the desire to feel wholesome, etc. Increased wellness and screening checks again. And then page 40, we start delving into opportunities. Opportunities to address elder abuse and mistreatment at those various levels again. The elder level, the household and close family level, extended family and community level, and that Shichangu Nation level. Anywhere from that individual level of wellness checks and trusting the elder protection program to that nation level, which includes learning from other tribes, grants from private foundations, elder protection data for financial sustainability, and more. People rank their top 3 opportunities related to addressing elder abuse and mistreatment. And at the community level, they felt like the 3 top opportunities to address things at the community level would be that increased safe and affordable housing for elders. And, you know, elders mentioned the various different housing that is specifically allocated for elders, but they still talked about the lack of safety they felt in those amenities. Improved police collaboration, and I've mentioned that several times today. And that just awareness raising activities in communities. Many elders have other elder friends that don't even realize that they're being abused or don't call it that. At that individual level, the 3 top priorities they mentioned were mandatory detox and or rehabilitation, improved or increased use of culturally responsive rehabilitation centers, and that spiritually led healing. So that, again, that culturally responsive, that spiritually led rehabilitation centers and access to them. You see at the bottom, we mention again that recommendation to really build and establish the elder protection program. Deciding where the program will be housed in the future, developing outreach materials, procedures, protocols, roles, and responsibilities, consistently collect data, develop and adhere to a strategic plan. As I'm reading that, y'all are hopefully thinking some of this is already done, such as that development of the strategic plan and the database. Over time, considering adding specialized staff such as elder protection police officers and probation officers or reintegration specialists for abusers of people that are healing from the roots that create within them that create them to be violent. Page 45, that substance use programs, healing and training. And at the bottom, there's those approaches used by our relatives that some other Native nations are doing, utilizing buddy systems, housing options, when abusers need to be removed from elders and vice versa, confidentiality, safety plans. The Elder Protection Program has a safety plan template developed, regular home visits, and that decreased social isolation of elders. '46 is a mental health related recommendation. '47, this is something that was a part of our contract, not to develop the Elder Protection Code because that's way outside of my expertise, but a lot of the information we gathered went to inform the contractors that are developing an Elder Protection Code, and a tribal code specific to elder abuse. And even when we went to those 16 of the 20 communities, one of the specific questions we asked people were, what are existing policies or codes that exist that make you feel protective, and what new ones do you think need to be created? All of that information has been shared with the contractors that are actively developing the Elder Protection Code. I'm almost done with this, and then we'll delve into the strategic plan, which is a lot shorter. Yes, sir.
Good morning, thank you. I have quite a bit of questions, I think, too, pertaining to this, I guess, but like yesterday's presentation, I'll wait till you get done, because I know you have quite a bit of information there, and it could be answered in that information too, but I'm just kind of curious, this information you got was specifically from the communities, right? Because I do remember somebody coming out to our community, which is Two-Strike community, Ben Blackford up there, Two-Strike community, Calvert. So they did come there and they did do the survey type thing. So I was kind of curious. I said, well, I hope they come back after this, because we do a lot of surveys, but we never see the outcome of it, or even, for them to come back to give us a report of what you guys found. So I guess for me, that's just my, I guess, not concern, but I guess if you guys would be able to do that down the road there. And the other thing is, we did have an Elder Day, I believe. I'm just curious if that's the same type of numbers that we've had that they got. But I believe you guys just did the survey on the community meetings. I don't know if you guys actually went out to the communities, or like Two-Strike, for example, you guys did the community meeting itself, 1-day meeting. I don't know if you did the whole community or what. So I'm just kind of curious if they're saying the same numbers, or.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, so I'm that's what I would.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, and that's what I was wondering too. I was waiting, but I don't know if this is in there somewhere. I'm sure.
You don't need to wait.
I see 960 some elders on the Rosebud, so I'm not sure. We did do I think it was a $100 or $500 elder checks.
There was a lot more than that.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm kind of, but that's why I was saying if you go back to the communities, we would be able to probably get a little bit more elders, I think, because there's even off reservation elders too. So that's another big thing that comes into play. But so a lot of the questions I do have, again, I would wait. I know it's a pretty big presentation, so I would wait to maybe find out. Maybe some of them have been maybe answered, I guess, down the road here. But those are just some, I guess, questions I had, I guess. And just to relay to the public out there too, that this is, when you guys are out to the communities, this is part of that survey and, the dialogue of what's going on. And I know there's a lot of questions out there too, like I would probably have is, I know this is for elders, we have a lot of stuff that's going on pertaining to elders to this day. I mean, I probably witnessed some the past 3 days of elders abuse, elders becoming, I guess, afraid of people because of their retaliation type deal. So, I mean, I do pray that we would be able to probably see some resolution to that. And we're dealing with that on a daily basis, I guess, in our communities regarding elder abuse and also elder neglect. So these things, I guess, for me, prompting this information, I guess you got it from a grant type source,
We also have other issues out there too, pertaining to maybe child abuse, things that affect. And I know this is for the prosecutor's office, so they can actually strengthen our laws regarding elderly. So, and we're all in the same boat. We all got to make sure we get the information correctly. But that's just my concern, and I guess questions I had, for this deal. So it's a lot, but I just wanted to make sure I got that out there. So,
Yes.
But again, it's good information. I would like to see a lot of this information out there to the community. So just out of curiosity, just to make sure that we get that taken care of right there.
Mr. Blackbear, those are good comments, and I can address almost all of them now, except for I would like the courts to address the one related to, he mentioned consistent elder abuse the last few days, and so maybe y'all could talk about what should be done when people see an elder being abused. Good questions. We mentioned in there twice that approximate number of 966 elders. We believe there were probably more as well. And we just mentioned that was likely the most up to date at that time. This report has been done since November of last year, and that came directly from each chairperson. We asked each chairperson, how many elders are in your community? And, we explicit that. We don't say like, it's that and that's, the survey was circulating to anybody and everybody that wanted to take it it was close to 3 months, I believe. In hard copy in various different programs, we're marketing it, in e-copy over Facebook, on a website, etc. So that was for anyone and everyone. The elder meal, the community meals, where we went out and talked to community members, and we had flip charts and sticky notes. Janet and Sharon attended many of those as well. Margot, Cheryl attended some as well. That was for anybody from those communities that could attend to come in person. A lot of people don't want to fill out a survey. Some people would rather fill out a survey because it's more secretive. But some people would rather be with their peers and relatives, so come to the community meals. There were other elders that didn't feel comfortable speaking or whatnot, so they called. It was myself as a male and Jackie, my research partner, who couldn't be here today. There were people that called her, or people from other states saying, hey, Michael, you know what? Mr. Bridge, one of my best friends lives in Spring Creek. They're afraid to speak, etc., and then they ended up calling. So there was just various different ways. I don't think, I think we could go on forever and keep researching, and it should happen, but those were the ways that we did for this particular study.
Yeah, I think Ben's concern is that the number you're given versus where we actually had to reach out to every community to get an updated list of their elders was in the hundreds.
Yeah. That's interesting because, and it's fine, but that's what the community chair said they were doing for us. In fact, Milk's Camp, I saw her pull up.
So what is your recognition of the age for elder in the program? What is it?
I can't, was it 55?
It is what?
Was it 55? 60. Mr. Blackbear, before the courts addresses the other comments you made, you were talking about hoping things can be done in resolutions, et cetera. That's the whole purpose of this, is the next few years, starting hopefully years ago, that the recommendations from here, the data, the information from here can be used to allocate funds, to receive new funds, to build new programs, to visit other nations who have started doing this years ago and have done it well. There's a lot of examples of nations who have successfully created and used an elder protection code, for example. That's the purpose of this whole study, is to demonstrate needs, but also demonstrate ideas and opportunities to address those needs. And the strategic plan will delve into that thicker. So if people today, right now, they know elders are being abused and stuff, elder protection program, can y'all speak a little bit to that?
Where are you missing?
Margot or Cheryl?
Margot or Cheryl? Can you address
Or
that?
Eric, I'm sorry, and Eric.
Or Eric?
Well, I get really emotional talking about elders and children, so bear with me if tears come to my eyes. We all know our elders are being abused out there by people who they love and people who live with them and depend on them for survival. And it takes a lot for them to contact us to report abuse or neglect, or even just to ask for help. But a lot of times, their initial response is to call the courthouse and talk to one of the elder protection workers. And they will determine what exactly the elder needs. If they need a protection order, if they need transportation to the hospital or anything. The elder protection workers generally, triage those problems, and then it goes in the direction of whatever program is best suited to help them. And so they do their reports every month to let us know how many elders they have helped during the month. The sad thing about this program is it ends on December 31st of this year. And we've been looking and looking and looking for another post for the program and for funding to pay elder protection workers to continue their work. It is very valuable work, and if they didn't do it, I don't know who would. So we're still searching for grants now. Hopefully we'll come across something. We're even searching for homes for the individual workers that they would be able to do the same type of work that they're doing now. And so we've come a long ways. Mr. Two Charger has been wanting to get this type of project off the ground forever, but he works alone, and there's no way one man can do this and cover all of our communities and our whole reservation and talk with every elder member who's still alive. So we're hoping that we'll be able to find a new home for this program, or at least someone who's willing to sponsor the elder protection workers so they could continue doing their work for the elders. Yes, sir?
Yes, again, too, I used up my last 3 minutes before too, got any more. I know we're dealing with quite a bit of, concerns and issues here on the Rosebud also too. Recently, the MIE, it's really kind of frustrating also. I know the public has that same frustration, law enforcement and anything, things of that nature. Law enforcement is actually, understaffed basically. We all know that, and that's kind of what we deal with today. But to find resolutions, I guess, to that, and solutions, I guess, to that, I guess for me, I guess looking into different things as far as like even with the prosecutor's office. I mean, everybody watches these shows on TV. They have prosecutors that have their own investigators, they have their own enforcement there,
Right.
Which again, I think with the chairman, I think that's something that would have to happen too also, because we don't have the law enforcement officers to actually go out there and do that, or even the criminal investigators. So in the future here, and I would actually like a plan established by probably the police department, but to get that type of enforcement here on the Rosebud. So specifically 2 to 3 law enforcement officers for elderly abuse. So all their job is to go out there and just investigate that, and then kind of work with them, I guess. Same thing with anything else, child neglect, missing people, same thing there too. So have people dedicated just for that purpose. Because law enforcement right now is taking on too much, I guess, with what's going on with the minimal staff that they have. So that's just what I would like to see right now pertaining to a lot of these concerns, especially with elderly abuse. Because I know for us, it's really hard when an elder is abused and you go in there and get the person out, but that's their lifeline to cooking,
Right.
to going to get their supplies. So it's really hard, but I guess if they can make a change of somehow, it might be possible. But so right now, just to help them, I guess to get them some kind of assistance in some sorts, but at the same time too, the perpetrator who's going to be doing this, again, get them justice too. But again, that's just my concern, my thoughts on a lot of this stuff, because I know we're trying to do the best we can to help our people and again our elders, because that's our lifeline for our culture and also our resources. So, but that's just my concern. I guess that's just what I get. Thank you.
I just want to mention, I got you, Alvin. I just want to mention that I and Louis are working on finding some funding to do some projects with elders. as well as developing our elder council, where we'll have elders that are going to be a part of this council. So we're working on that, and we have a possible funding source. So when we get that figured out, Cheryl, then I'll have you come down and meet with us, and we'll see if we can work these together.
Sure.
Okay? All right. And Alvin?
I've been contacted by many elders that live in the SWA housing, including myself. I'm an elder myself. A lot of these, houses need ramps and other, repairs that ain't being done. It's falling on deaf ears up there. And no matter what I call, say, I informed this council of what was going on up there. And they haven't said nothing. Maybe because they don't have the experience of construction, how to repair these houses. Now, something needs to be done. I'm tired of calling up there telling these people about the abuse elderly are going through. Now, if something isn't done soon, what I'm gonna do, and I'm gonna sign a elder abuse charges on all the community members, because that's what they're doing. And this council needs to be aware of that. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. President, as you all are going after that potential funder for the elder-related things that you discussed, please make sure you pull and cut and paste anything from this report to substantiate that. Mr. Black Bear is out, but when he comes back in, there was one other thing he asked that I didn't address, so I'll address
Okay,
that too.
all right.
I'll wait till he comes back. Page 51, addressing those. You've seen challenges throughout, you've seen recommendations throughout. At least 3 of the recommendations that I've mentioned talk directly to Mr. Black Bear's concern of there being more police and such. So it outlines why and how how that could happen, etc. But this page outlines the challenges on the left with the recommendations that are listed throughout the report to address those challenges on the right. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming here. It won't glock up na Bona another nakapi kilana walk and the wapi kilana the hakchi you have scumpy cha wapi like chichapita ota ogna boyung gelo habna ish nija el boya glaka biachimna cheche cha tuksha betu gachni gabna ogna helia uboyaki hippie. I just, this is a very important topic and it's very crucial. And I'm just getting texts. People are excited about it and they want to be a part of it, more a part of it. And I think, this is going to kind of be an ongoing work with all the relatives here to put this as a priority, But being realistic, I'm going to tell you, we don't have enough police officers. We are in a state of emergency, I'd say, with our law enforcement. We're going to have to really come together as a way out there and take that responsibility as well amongst ourselves here as a body and our all our programs and our communities. We have a lot of healing to do. So, coinciding with that, I know there's a lot of issues out there, especially with the unnatural things that happen. So I just wanted to know how long you will be working with the committee or the program. How long are you on
Me personally, I've spent 18 to almost 24 months working on this, and Sweetgrass's contract ended in December.
Oh.
So I haven't been working for months
Okay.
related to this, aside to get the presentation ready.
So
But
you came under the courts? I mean,
yeah,
how-
my original contract with Sweetgrass was signed by the courts and the prior president of the tribe.
Okay, so you're like a grant?
We do research for Native nations. So people say, we have this elder protection program, or we would like to create a tribal credit union or a food sovereignty. We want greater food sovereignty. They hire us to do that research. So we were hired to go and get the voice from your community members and create the needs assessment and then the strategic plan from the needs assessment.
Okay, because I think we have, and those are some questions that come here. One of the other things that I would suggest to you and your group is that we have somebody with you to hear, like, translate this to our people out there. We still have our language very strongly in certain communities, and kind of getting an understanding, and this whole thing here is based on fear. You know, we have a lot of fear of authority when it comes to the jail, or, you know, somebody comes up to Unchi's house and you're all full of patches and, you know, so we have to address that over here too. I don't know if we didn't get the whole way, but I don't know if that would be a component to this as well.
Thank you,
Lila,
Ms.
you
Gilman.
can ask one of the other council reps for their 3 minutes if you have more to say.
No, I think this is really important. Na kolia wa glaki chatakomni lana ibong glaka prashna.
Madam Chair, I'm going to use some of my time for life.
Thank you.
Lamaya, tiglo. So this is really a topic of a lot of discussion. And, you know, you're hitting on points here, you know, and to me, I'm a product of being raised by grandparents. My whole thought and philosophy is very different from this versus from today. Today, grandparents have to have court orders and, you know, either scared you can't even enjoy your kapoja because there's so much threats and so much fear. So when we're talking about these things, for me, I'm just really sad about it. Very sad. Because I know what elders in these kapojas are. And this is far removed from what I know. But it's sad, but it is reality. We have to accept the reality today. But it's gonna take a lot of time, and I'm really thankful that you all are here bringing this to us today. And we have to stay involved. I think this just really puts the light right on the issue. And I want us to continue discussing this. When something like this happens, I sit here and I'm elected by the Oyate. And this is very huge and very serious to me. This is gonna take days to bring out these issues. We're skimming through it, and I'm sitting here getting anxiety because that's not how I live and I work. It's not my way of life. It's not my people's way of life. And, you know, I'm not without not disrespecting you in any way, but people are texting me saying, why is a non-native telling us about ourselves? And that's no disrespect to you at all, sir. Because we're the experts. We are. I want to see my uncles sitting here talking to us. I want to see our our elders out there, we still have them. Hena echale yang kamna wa hoku kiaki lana ukipita. Hena hechitu. Wa piki lana wakok peke. Takun o igwa bhanta na ish ya wab na ogana hoch tokta okipi. You tokta okipi. Lana me hechili blukja na ogana ake isamya iwon glaka bonkoki hippie. Nashit eshi Russell ogana nija lel oyak kacha doshke ne ogana on nija bonkoki hippie. Maska chat the huncha hechel communities ki groups ki le lab na necha woglaka boyak laka boyaki hibniku. You know, I'm just putting it in a different sense of having our people understand, you know, it's huge, very huge for our people. And it saddens me that we have to go this route, but I appreciate all of you, your work. You know, my Shiteshi over there, James, he, you know, understands, has been working with this, all my relatives. So I just wanted to point that out. And I struggle with, I'm a Lakota, and I grew up Lakota, and I live on the reservation, but I have to follow white man rules all the time. I do, and I struggle with that. And I know there's reasons for it, but where else am I going to go? You know, where else am I going to live? We have to even time ourselves on living a way that, and I guess I mourn that since my grandparents passed, but there's a way we can create, and it's in here. You know, it's in my mind, it's in my heart, and it's there. We have our elders out here. And I talked about this many times, you know, of our own. We can create our own. You know, we have to have grants and money. The tribe should be investing in this money-wise. This should be up here. And no disrespect or anything to anyone, but, you know, I appreciate the materials. I appreciate the hard work. I appreciate the time you put in, and I appreciate you bringing this to us. So,
For this conversation on elderly, I'll waive that 3 minute so that you can get your questions asked because it hasn't been brought up before this body of council prior.
So no 3 minutes?
Not for this one.
Okay.
I just want to say that our council rules of order don't say we could give somebody our 3 minutes. What they say is you could raise your hand again and get the floor again. So I would just suggest that, like, say she was still talking, but I had the floor next. If I said, that's fine, she could raise her hand and go again and skip me. But I just want to, the US Senate does that, but our council rules of order don't allow that.
Bob and Ben, and then Mike.
I'm looking at the phone. Okay, I'll stand up at shoes on the wall. I want my 3 minutes back. Elias, thank you for waiving that, madam. I'm gonna be talking for about 2 hours here. I just got one question for Cheryl back there. Is elderly abuse, is that a class A or a class B crime?
I believe it's Class A.
Class A. Okay. Is that punishable by jail time and a fine?
Yes. We recently had hired an attorney to update our code, and it is done and ready to go through the process for adoption. So the next step in this process is to take that to, is it governmental affairs, or what's the name of that?
Judiciary. You go to judiciary on that. Okay.
And then on up through, you know, the public hearings and on council and publication. But it was expanded quite a lot. You know, the initial elder code that we had was less than a page long. And now like 6 pages, something like that.
I
So,
know that, for campaign purposes, we always say elderly or takers. It's high time that we have elderly, I'm talking about the elderly people like him. But, I'm aware that domestic abuse charges or any aggravated assault charges require a 12-hour
right,
detainment.
right.
Does your new proposal for enforcement of the elderly abuse, does that contain that?
I'm sure it should. I can't tell you definitely that it does, but that is an important cooling off period. We need to make sure that that is in there.
Okay. And I hold the elderly people to high esteem, and I think that should be included in part of that sentence, a 12-hour mandatory,
Yeah.
12-hour cooling period. Thank you. Whoop, Lalo.
Ben and Mike.
Thank you. I guess for me, knowing that this program is going to end up ending here, and that was the concern that I had too, is that when we bring something in to try to, I guess, help a certain situation, in this case, elderly abuse, it's going to end up probably falling to the wayside, as we always say, where it's not going to go anywhere. But I know it takes somebody to come in from somewhere else to actually help this, and I was trying to keep it not so disrespectful in a way. I said I don't want to disrespect you in any way, but to have somebody else off the reservation to come in and tell us what we already know in our communities about our elderly, even our young people. So the final solutions is one of the biggest things that we have a problem with here on Rosebud, not only this body, but also in our judicial system. So, to me, I don't know if you got to it. That's why I was going to wait for your presentation to end. But, in this case, we always like to see data. We always like to see numbers, so I don't know if you guys keep track of those, how many elderly abuse in a month, in a week, things to that effect. And then at the same time too, even child abuse, child neglect, things to that effect that will actually help out numbers with grants and stuff. So I would like to see that in the future. And I think with maybe Judiciary Committee or even bringing law enforcement, I would like to see that almost on a monthly basis of how many reports of elderly abuse, how much reports of domestic abuse, things to that effect. Because this is where this comes to play here, where we get that grant, that funding. That's the numbers that we need to see. Say how many do you have, pertaining to these types of concerns and issues. Well, if we have over 100 elderly abuse, that's a problem, and how are we dealing with it? But of course, the process is judicial, so that's one of the biggest things I am looking at too, as far as again, each individual situation does need its own personal investigator. And not just somebody, I know these guys are doing a great job to go out there and get the information, but once they meet the resistance of that abuser, it's going to be violent, something violent, what could be somebody's life that could end in that situation. So to me, I would like to see that enforcement of, I guess, protection. So you can go out and do that research. But I mean, I know it's a lifestyle change as we move forward, as far as the elder, making sure they're nice and comfortable, be able to do things. I know I hate to say, but in the white world, we have the homes that we put them in, and then have somebody else take care of them. But I mean, we as Lakota would like to have our parents here, take care of them in a way. But again, as younger generation comes up, the disrespect becomes a lot. So, but I guess to bring that back into play, we're gonna have to change that atmosphere. But in the meantime, we deal with it every day right now. But to have somebody come in and give us the information that, again, we already know, and we're already trying to fix it in some way spiritually, or maybe even judicially, either way, it's something that we do need to make sure that we get that information out there. So, and it's really saddening to hear that it's going to end in this end of this year. So I do pray that we pick it up somehow, some way to continue, because it does need to be made. So
Sorry, I'm multitasking.
But anyway, that's just what I have. That's just my concern on this. So that was just my take on it. Thank you.
Ben, he also had a response for your question when you walked out the door.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you had mentioned, it ended up with the 16 and then the program meetings, the elder meetings. There were well over 30 in-person meetings related to this. To come back to each community, that is something we could do. Like I said, we haven't been contracted since December, but all of that data is the tribes anyways. So you all could also have the survey data, and you could get specific. You could say like, okay, two-strike, this is what everybody told us related to two-strike. This is what everybody told us related to Grass Mountain, things of that nature. So it could be broken down that way, but we didn't include it in our well, we wouldn't be able to do that within the 18-month timeframe anyways, but timeframe and budget to then go to every community again individually and report back specific on that community. Data and the numbers, it is our hopes, that was part of the purpose that DOJ gave this grant, was to get the specific needs assessment for those numbers. You already know the stories and live it, as Ms. Kills-Insight and yourself and mentioned out loud, and you all know. But it's our role, we've never been the expert on La Jota or Port Gamble Slalom or Leech Lake, anything like that. But we have the capacity to bring the stories together and present it in a way that's what we get paid to do. So that is the purpose, for y'all to have these numbers and data for when you're moving forward, all the programs to help signify that need. And then here's a plan drafted as well. This came directly from meeting with the La Jota programs here. This is not something that I made up with. This came from meeting over and over at the Veterans Center with various Rosebud Sioux Tribe programs. And then Ms. Kills-Insight, you did mention, thankfully, that language and how language is sacred and important. And I do not know the La Jota language. However, throughout this study and going forward, the courts, they have interpreters. I know James is an interpreter if Margot goes out and a male wants to speak to a male. There's female interpreters as well, and the advisory council helped me with that throughout this study, if elders would prefer speaking La Jota. But that is an ongoing service that the court provides if an elder feels like they would prefer to express what's been going on with them. Thank you so much. All right.
Are you done? Mike, or were you done with your?
Yeah, I could go through a little
No, I
quickly.
mean answering Ben, but I have a few.
Yes,
other
Ben,
people.
yes.
Mike, Sherry, and Totes.
Yeah, I'm sitting here listening to all this, and I'm going to be 84 years old this month, and in my own experience, you know, I suffer mental, elderly abuse every day because with me it's mental abuse. The anguish, the anxiety that I suffer every day is because of misbehaving on the part of a couple of crazy grandchildren I have. You know, it's but it's primarily caused by misbehaving on their part. That I experience this mental anguish every day. I live with it all the time. But again, and it goes back to, I believe strongly, due to drug abuse and alcohol abuse. In my mind, that kind of sums up the primary rudimentary cause of elderly abuse. I mean, and we just can't seem to get a handle on that. Controlling bootlegging in our communities, you know, and the thing that's wrong with bootlegging is it makes alcohol too accessible to people who should not be using it. Young people primarily, you know, who are out to have a good time. I guess that's how it starts out. I was young once. I remember how it was. But I didn't have to deal with what a lot of young people have to deal with these days. So alcohol and drugs becomes an escape from that. And the result of that is elders get abused, primarily because they have the house, they provide the food, they've got the money, you know, what little of it there is. And, now let's face it, you know, a lot of us, when we drink, we get mean. A lot of us, not all of us here, of course. Alcohol brings it out to people. Drugs, if people are coming down, it brings it out, brings it out in people, where they do things that are not good. So in my mind, and of course, we have some organizational issues too. We have a 20-plex in St. Francis that is dedicated to the housing, the welfare of the elders, but it's not a safe place. You know, whose fault is that? Well, we could blame SWA, you know, but we're all responsible for that, because we all know what's going on out there. But we seem helpless to really effectuate anything, get anything done about it, talk about it a lot, you know. A little while ago, Robert asked the question of Cheryl back here, you know, when there's a domestic abuse thing, you know, they're required to hold you for 12 hours. Hell, that don't do it. It should be 12 days. It should be 112. I'm serious. Until we're willing to do things like that, we're not going to get anywhere. You know, it's about discipline. It's about holding people accountable. Unfortunately, sometimes you have to resort to draconian measures. What did the ancestors do? I don't know. But I bet you they weren't as concerned about what a person's civil rights as we are today. You know? But anyway.
Thank you, Mike. Sherry Coates.
Thank you. I apologize for being late. I just needed to ask for some clarification on something that you said, Cheryl. You said that you're looking for another program or place for this grant. So we got this grant 3 years ago?
It's actually almost 7 years old. It was never implemented. Okay. And President Herman asked me to take it over to try to save it and get it. So we did it. And the court has had it 3 years.
Okay. Because I was on Judiciary Committee when you brought it forth to us. That's why I thought it was 3 years old.
Right.
So you didn't write for this grant. The tribe already had it.
Right.
Nobody was implementing it.
Right.
You started it, now you're looking for a place to house it.
Right.
Okay. And there's no funding coming with it because you used up all the
We
funding.
used up all the funding for the study and the strategic plan and the elder code adoption and the services over the years by the elder protection team and meetings of the elder council.
Okay, so that paid for this survey and all the work that this gentleman has done for us. Okay, thank you. And I apologize again for being late. I just wanted to make sure that I was understanding what you guys were talking about because I walked in when there was a bunch of questions and it kind of threw me off. So, Madam President, do you have a suggestion for this program and do we even have the funding for it?
That's what I just told them before you walked in, that I and Liz are working on something.
Okay, is there, has SRD looked in to see if this grant's available again?
I'm not sure. I can ask
Have you
them.
looked?
We weren't eligible to apply last year because we had, the grant still existed. So the next time that it is advertised or notice of funding availability is published, I will help write the grant. But the court really isn't a victim services program. You know, that should be something that like goes under the prosecutor's office and stuff, but I'd be happy to help them secure another grant.
So does the NOFA only come out every few years or is it
No,
an
the
annual thing?
CTAS grants come out every year, and there's 8 different purpose areas. There used to be 9, now there's only 8. And you can't apply for the same purpose area if you have a grant from that category in existence already. It has to be expiring or already expired to reapply.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the clarification.
Okay, Coates.
Good morning, and thank you for assisting them with all of this data. And the bottom line with all of this is it comes and it starts from the home. That's where it starts from. So to our listeners, help us find solutions to these things instead of negative and bashing all the time. And for us as leaders who were voted in by the people, we're not doing the best that we can because we're lacking transparency and we're lacking communication here. Times are really going to get crucial come October. We need to meet more, we need to plan more, we need to listen more. So all of this stuff stops or starts to stop, that we start the process. And we need to make sure that things are followed through. We make motions here, you guys. We have been since September, and how many of our motions have been followed through on? We need to meet more. We need to discuss these things because we talked about this Elder Advisory Board back in September. We're 8 months down the road, you guys. We should stay on top of things as leaders. And for the bootleggers and the drug dealers, you know, we're changing laws right now. And like Mike just said, we really need to let them stay in there for 3 years, 4 years. Whatever we can house out there, let's keep them in there. Let's start putting signs in their yards. You know, there's so much that we need to work on as people. And for our elders, they deserve to live because they've given us life. And one thing you just touched on, you just said, and on page 46, mental health. Right now, mental health, mental wellness is so needed here for everybody. So we're able to live a good life. But we really need to bring it all together, you guys. We need to start meeting more. We need to start following up on things. We need to start following through on things. And we need to make things happen. We do. We really need to work hard. We need to start prioritizing. Let's put a big dry erase board back here to remind ourselves that we discussed about the elders and different things. And if it's going to take 2 months to focus on that and get it out of the way, then we can take it off the board and move to the next. We really do need to make things happen here, and we need to even plan a day for our elders, the youth, our law enforcement, everything. But thank you, Madam Chair. You lead us, get us going strong together. We got it. Thank you.
Got it. Sherry, just before I go to Bob, Bob's got the floor next. I just wanted to let you know that I was nominated to be on the ACF. So next month I go to my first meeting in DC. At that time, I'll see if we can find more funding for this type of project. So that's for you and everyone else that I was nominated to that committee. So I will have a voice on that committee to try to help. Good job. Right, Bob, and then Lila.
Alex, Wagla Cocky, the Bucha Makahina, Takuma, Oblazen. Lila was she to teach Amtaha Lila Akiko Cup, Wana. You know, we're trying to be like some people that we're not. And I keep saying that on the council. No matter how much we think we're white guys, our skin color is never going to change. So we're always going to be Lakotas. So I got to answer for Mike. It's really simple that they used back in the olden days. We're too colonized now. You throw somebody in jail for 12 days. It's not going to teach them a lesson. Indians are already institutionalized. We're going to be used to that. We're going to come back out and commit another crime again. So I was just thinking that we should go back to our old ways. I know that's not a reality. It's just a thought. It's a bad dream for me. Because bad dreams bring back memories of long time ago when people do crimes, they never were sentenced. They never were jailed. What we need to bring back is public embarrassment. Put somebody in the front here and have the elderly people get after him instead of throwing him in jail. Put his name in the paper. How come you guys are scared to mention names when somebody gets arrested for drugs? They should do that for elderly abuse. public shaming is, I think it's the answer rather than institutionalizing our Lakota people. So you guys think about it. We need to go back to our old ways again.
So,
And I'm gonna mention it again, no matter how much we think we're white guys, we're never gonna turn into white. Our itachat, our minds, cannot. It's always gonna be Lakota. Our skin color is never gonna change. Our attitude.
so.
Lila. And Chris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm gonna bring something up that, throws a spin on all this work. Sadly, we do have elders who sell drugs and alcohol. Sadly, that is a reality that some of our own elders are causing these problems as well. So, I don't know what happened to us, but we got soft. Nobody wants to say anything anymore. And there's no trust because our people can't talk to nobody anymore. You come here and you talk to someone, by the time you get home, it's all over Facebook. Respect. That's something that we're losing. And when we sit here, people come to us, I carry a lot of that with me because some things I can't talk about. And I pray about it. And in here, we talk about spiritual abuse. Oh, hey, the old ladies would say, oh, hey, whoever heard? Spiritual abuse? I mean, but it's real. So where do we go? What do we do? We're so overwhelmed and it's coming so fast. Soon as meth hit, 2015, we sat here and where are we? We are nowhere. Because we don't want to say nothing anymore. Discipline is right. And we also have to find another form of discipline. Public shaming, that's another one. We have the answers. But are we gonna keep it like that? Am I gonna just sit here and just put tape on my mouth and not say nothing because I want to continue to sit here? No, that's not what it should be. We're supposed to be brave. We're supposed to be strong. We're supposed to be sober. We're supposed to talk in a good way. We're supposed to recognize, but kinship is the answer. Kinship and teaching our children about wotakuye. Wana hena dokak sala. Wotakuye ki lewana utagin shin. So we have kids who are with relatives. That's not okay. And sometimes I sit there and I think, gee, when COVID came, it wiped out almost a whole generation of our strong Lakota thinking people, our elders. And the elders today we must cherish them. And we must find ways to help each other. I don't have those answers. But, you know, we disrespect right here in this chambers. That's where it starts. We do it right here in front of everybody. We don't know how to treat each other anymore. That's embarrassing. And when I go out that door, I get chewed out and I didn't do anything. But I take it. Because I'm a part of it, because I sit here. I don't go and say, that's her. That's her. You know? No. So we're going to have to teach ourselves kinship. We're going to have to teach ourselves. Our kids are doing a good job. Those little guys in Mission came here. It just touched my heart. And we shouldn't say that it's not going to be better, because I know it will be. But, you know, these communities, all the communities are different. Every one of them are different. So if I go to a community someplace and I walk in there and act like I run the show over there, they're not going to like me. We live that way because all these communities here, we all have a gift and a way of working together. But even that's changing. My community is so different. We have places where there's just nothing. I mean, these kids are running amok, running. I drove through Sunrise, what kind of lucky the hell o money blana pamper na si chola o uyang be. Oikshija. You know, there's nothing wrong with the grandparent wanting to be a part of their grandchildren's lives. But the parents have to, there's no consequences for these parents. None. They get to do whatever they want. And I don't think that's right either. You know, I seen an 89-year-old unchi raising Isam Kakoja, great grandbaby, baby. Ash, she did it. When I charge it, and I was just blown away. But I feel for those children because they know a certain way of life. When Unchi leaves, it don't exist anymore. So what are we going to do about them? Where do we take them and keep that for them, that safe space? Schools are really abusive to, you know? So I think that there are changes that are going to have to come. Nobody's going to like it. I probably won't like it either. But when we're uncomfortable, we're doing something right. That's what they would say. Change your attitude. Change the way it is. We have a detox here now. We have elder protection team. We have all these resources. The next thing is how do we get them to say, you know what, we're never alone. So when we go somewhere, that there's like 10 of us eat. We walk in a restaurant, you know. We go somewhere, that we take the whole family. That's normal, and to me, I like that. Because nobody should be going through anything alone. So if we want our relative to go to detox, like my Tiblo said over there, they have to have a support. Who can go through that journey with them? You know, we have people out there, they're out there, they will help. Let's take care of them now. Let's find a way. Somebody goes to treatment. Okay, when you come back, we bring you here and we give you a fresh start. We're going to ask something of you, and we want you right here. We're going to hold you to this, because it's tough. And we have to rewire the Hawachi for our children, our Takojas and our children. Our leadership needs to quit being so quiet. We need to say these things, agree to disagree, agree to say, I may not like your idea, sir, but I will support it. We come a long way. And it seems like election comes and, okay, we forget everything and then we start all over. We have to have consistency. Consistency is important, but we also have to look at our pain. Boarding school pain. And we got to look at our atrocities. Wounded Knee, Carlisle. We have to find a way to iwashtilia. Iwashtilia means gently talk about it. Because you can't just go and walk up and say, hey, you went to Carlisle. How come you went over there? You spent $5,000 at Carlisle flying over there, and make it something it's not. Because the new generation, they see it with different eyes. So we brought our relatives home here. We got to remember those things. We are in silence, MMIW. And we have those ongoing issues. But we're not together. We're not together. We're all about money. That's the monster that is crushing us. Money. There's no more money. We're dependent. We're 98% dependent on the government. October 1st comes, changes are coming, Oyate. It's going to be tough. What if the tribe can't pay the light bills? What if the tribe can't do that no more? In a good way. In a good way. There's a lot going on, but we really need to stick together, be good to each other, and have that kinship. The wotaku, yeah. Hilamaya.
Chris and then Russell.
Madam Chair, you add me too? Okay.
Yeah. My name is Chris Fager. I'm from the Black community representative. It's honor to have you here, and I'm gonna be real brief so you can continue on after my grandfather speaks to you. But going back to what Council Representative randomly talked about, I want to take us back about maybe 5, 6, 7 months ago. The RPD came down with the recommendation that we do that we make that happen, and so I made the motion to make it happen that we publicly humiliate our people that way. We give a list out for whatever it was. They threw in elder abuse in that too. And so we did that, and they would, in agreement that they would, on their social media page, put it on their social media page at the end of every month. And that only happened 1 month. So, you know how it is whenever we want to do something like that, it's a good thing because it is embarrassing. It makes us rethink what we want to do. But yeah, at the same time too, then you'll get people calling and I don't know why the RPD stopped doing that, but maybe
I can answer that.
she can answer that.
Yeah, I can answer that question. When there were some changes in personnel, the access to their page went with the person. So I gave a directive to Santi and Frank to get it back up, just to create a new one and not to wait for that access to come back. So they should start coming back out on their page again.
Okay, so,
It's gonna have to be recreated.
alright,
We just talked about it last week.
should I just reaffirm that motion then? So that when they come back on?
He could just reaffirm it, right? Just reaffirm it.
Yeah, I'll reaffirm my motion from a couple months ago that would allow RPD to post, people who were, I can't remember the whole description of it. But there was a few things on there with elder abuse, drugs, methamphetamine, and sexual abuse as well.
Okay, I need a second. Marion, question to by totes, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Thank you, Chris. Russell and then Sherry.
Eso tahi aí a kan dewa kan na pictures. Ela hanga ke hon kata iwa la tapi. Oma kanum wana hitrum se community room mana no tak iwa la ka dena ota na. Na toske kokata ke hanga ke lena how we should get tapi te he kamani ta hetra. Like only maaskanita teosta, niin jäljellä on vuokas suhteen otralle vuoki aina kaudella. Oästä kommunismu kassakin koskee voijuutta. Luhapi, niin vuokse ja kahapikta enää iwäkla kautta hetra. Vielä huomenna kaartilla enää aispeni on. Ajan dietsä toski kitsajaakti heetra, niin amääniusta heetra. Niistä väli katsojen kaartilla enää. Ajan niillä in hasti vuosi ota, pokatakia uut. Voijuksena ota. Vuokasni se ota. Vuolasle se ota. I just wanted to say, express myself. First of all, thank you for allowing me to talk here. Don't talk fast, because I know last time I've given testimony on your bootlegging, they cut me off. So. I know. But we create that. We have to have a little bit of order here anyway. So I'm glad you're keeping track of all of it. Anyway, we started this process a couple of years ago. Prior to that, it went to one program, they didn't want it, the next program, all these elder programs, mind you, people who work in this field. They were pushing it off on each other, and then finally it went back to tribal court. And so that's when we organized our elders group and say, let's get something started. They hired this company. We're paying a big chunk of money to make this happen. But it does take time, effort, and trying to pull something together in the name of the elder. We wanted to do something positive. But in order to do that, we have to put something, in this day and age, I know majority of us are turning Washichu. We have to stand here and speak English. Because none of us are learning or trying to learn our language. But it's only a few. That's another issue aside from this, but one of the things we did hear from many programs, mind you, and many elders over the course of the survey. But we need to do something, back in the day, we had elderly concern groups, right? They were out there doing things, activities, and trying to keep that unity or bringing in the elders. And I'm sorry to say,
had a good friend of mine who just passed away, uh, not too long ago, who was really involved in that. And it just so happened he was Washington. But he was within our people really advocating, elder concern. And over the years, I sat here for a year, and when the topic of elders, topic of youth, we always forget the in-between too. And I was stuck in that in-between realm. And, we get gung-ho on things, but as soon as we walk out the door, nothing happens. But we're trying to make something happen here, but it's gonna take you, and I just heard from our president that they're looking for money already to keep this elderly protection going with the court system. We gotta find money to at least keep it going, not come September and end it. We're gonna pay this guy, he's gonna be gone. What are we gonna do? What kind of direction are you giving us or administration? We need to have some planning. And right from the get-go, one of the first things that they told us was, you may have to change some laws in the future to protect your loved ones. Well, that's gonna take a whole process there too. But we have enough programs here to be able to formulate, take this data, use it to create something to improve, to protect. It might not happen in my lifetime, I tell you, this is the way the system works here. But, it's a start. And I really, I'm just part of this, I missed some meetings, but I used to question this young man here quite a bit. And just to get my information, I want to gather the information. And so we're at where we're supposed to be at today. We only got a few months left to either it's gonna get set on a back burner and sit there for a while, depending on the actions that you may want to take. I'm realizing I'm elder now. I didn't realize that. They call me an old guy. I don't think I am, but I am. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to go to Head Start in White River. Graduation, mind you, the little one. It was awesome. In that room, we had 4 generations on our great grandkids, both my side and the in-law side. It was awesome to feel that, to be in the presence, of, again, status of an elder. And then a little one, great grandchild, graduating Head Start. And they had their real colorful, they made them for them too, their skirt. Young girl, young lady, my great granddaughter. And it just so happened too, and just for me to see that my great grandkid already had bloom made for them. That's unreal. To me, that's continuing our tradition, our way of life to keep our culture alive. You wonder, somebody mentioned back in the day, we only had 3 unwritten laws. First, they talked with Senakichi to us to settle things among the people. That doesn't happen. Second choice was the public. They talked about bringing in the center of the camp and say, boom, to get after someone. Third is banishment. 3 simple laws that our people live by for thousands of years. And today we have so many laws in place that everything we protect, everything and everybody that's happening around us. Even little laws, just like this little law that you create, you know, you give your people, you give yourself 10 minutes to speak to one another. Long time ago, our people could sit here for days just to take care of one issue. Can you guys do that? I doubt it. Because all of you sitting here, you have your own agenda coming here. Or agendas of administration. So then you clash. You're clashing all the time. And I'm telling you this from experience because I sat here for 23 years. And luckily, Kathy brought me out of retirement, and I thank you for that. Kept me busy, but I am raising grandchildren myself. And maybe a great-grandchild, maybe. And we all make mistakes. We all grew up like that. And there are problems within our communities, but it starts back in the community. And you see those virtues on that wall? If we abide by those virtues, we will have that unity that our people really need and that respect of one another if we follow those. But it's up to us, all of us, if we want to follow those virtues. It's all written in Lakota, and in the English version of it is right next to it. But I sat here for years and I used to point at, are we following this? You know, everybody, that's Russell, listen on. But, you know, we need to, if we are serious about protecting our elders, we need to do something. We need to do something like right now. You know, come September, we hate to see that program just on the back burner. Now, we have some programs that are dealing with elders and different programs within our tribal organization that actually can supposed to be helping us, but you know, they chose to kind of throw this back at the court issue. And again, it is, and it will be when you start developing maybe stronger laws. Okay, I got one. You know, that's up to you. So I guess, you know, we're caught in between too, because we deal with a lot of elders. You know, I'm working in tribal administration. I didn't realize that there's a lot of work. A lot of calls coming in on a daily basis. We try to help our people in some form or fashion, or we make referrals to all the programs that's supposed to take care of our people. But we need to go back and really check some of our programs. You know, we're sitting at status quo right now. We're just, everything's fine and dandy, and it's not. And money is gonna dry up, especially with what Trump is doing. We need to start tightening our belt. You know, don't be pointing at this guy saying, find money, find money. I mean, that's the norm, right? And he can find money. We put some money away. for some dark days coming, we may have to use that. Then, not now. But we need to start tightening our belts too. It's gonna get worse. Once they cut Leah, once they cut social services, your people, the ones that elect you, are gonna come right back to you. And you know what you guys are gonna do, right? You're gonna blame administration. That's the whole system of political activity that goes on here. So there's a lot of things that we need to sit down and discuss. We're here just to develop this portion. Come September, we're gonna be done. That means if you're gonna develop a elders group, you need to get it done with quickly. And I'll help you with that, don't worry. I know all these elders, like Mike sitting over there, Willie, this guy here. And a young man sitting here, a nephew. I said, if you have respect for your elders, go get me some coffee. He laughed at me. But he finally went after some, but I don't know what he put in that coffee. Sure got me fired up. Maybe it's drug dealing in, I don't know. Anyway, you guys have some good conversations going here. This guy asked for 2 hours. I think you are exceeding that. But if you want us to come in as a elders team, we can do that. We have elderly protection happening right now within the court system. We only have what, 2 workers, 3 workers? 2. But we can make an impact. So it's all up to you guys, how you want to continue this in the future. If you need our help with something, call us. Oja našli onako da bilo. Ojik što našli vokasnije jelene I hamani. I lako da bi ja čipi hanta. Pa iltakana, taku lena akia pina. Pa tam taku vaštet pakatake, unkamani pikte hena ojik što. Unkamana vojiču hena I čukovič. That's up to you. Anyway, thank you. And I'm on lunch break now. I'm just like Washishi.
Carry.
Thank you. As a tribal council, we have a lot of issues that we always have to deal with. And when my dad used to run for council, people used to say, what are your issues? What's important? What platform are you running on? And he would say, they're all important. And it's true. For me, whenever I ran for council, I didn't run on youth. I didn't run on elders. I didn't run on anything except economic development. And the reason why is because if we look 7 generations in the past, the reason we're in the state of poverty that we're in now, it's because our economic source was taken from us. We signed treaties. Those treaties had hidden agendas. It was a colonizer's tool. Came out and said, you don't need guns anymore. You don't need to hunt anymore. You don't need to do all this stuff. We're going to give it to you. So it created that dependence on the federal government because they were scared of an Indian uprising. They were scared of the Lakota because we were the last nation to quit fighting. And even at that treaty wasn't a defeat. It was a peace treaty. That's pretty powerful. But the events that came after that put us in the state that we're in now. All the problems we have, it isn't an Indian problem. It isn't Lakota things. It comes from poverty, living in poverty. When we took this different path, this new way of life, where everyone has to have a job to provide for their family, it took away from those societal roles. Elders are sitting behind desks working now. They're not at home raising kids. The young people, if there's jobs for them, they may be working. Our spiritual people, they're working. They're doing sweats and inipis and ceremonies on the weekend or in their free time. That comes out of their own pocket or the pockets of their followers to support that hochoka. So the reason I'm bringing all of this up is because our issue is programmatic here, especially with this, and it has to do with our economy. Traditionally, it's so good to hear from everybody today, talking about the virtues, talking about the laws, because one thing that I was talking with my mom about is we talk about this all the time. We always focus on these positive virtues that our people have. But nobody's talking about when we chopped noses off for people who were who cheated on their spouse, or the beatings that happened if someone abused a child, an elder, or a woman. The fact that banishment isn't, oh, I'm gonna go live in Valentine because I'm banished. It was a death sentence. So those are things that we also have to think about. Our people weren't just kind and loving and caring and generous. We were hard. That's why we had a Kichita to keep the law. And with that, our laws were strict and our leaders back then were for life. Us here, we're not for life. We are termed a legislative body. We're not like our chiefs of the past. We're elected by the people. So it makes this different. It makes it difficult. All the circumstances we face today are very challenging. When I came to this council, I always thought, oh, it's going to be easy to change all these things. And it's not. Everything we're talking about today, just with the elders, I already am thinking about all the things we need to do and how many committees it takes, and committee meetings it takes, and resolutions it's going to take to do one thing. So with that, I feel like we do need to focus on economic development, because without giving our people the ability to have jobs, to provide for themselves and purchase things locally and build our economy locally and have entrepreneurship, the tribe is never going to be able to collect money. All the issues we talk about all the time, the reason why we don't have stuff for our youth, for our elders, for our veterans, is because we don't have money. We don't have money to do that. If we had, millions of dollars to do all these programmatical things, they would be done, because all of us here care about our oyate. So I feel like after this, we should really start focusing on how we can develop our economy, how we can ensure that our people can start businesses so we can build more money here. And the reason I say that is because I know I ran a business here. And there's certain times when that business had no customers. And there's times when that business was flooded with customers. The first of the month, the 15th, tribal payday. So money comes and flows here. There's not enough money here, which is why the tribe, our tribe, Oglala Sioux tribe, is trying to work together to build a business outside of the reservation, to bring those funds back here. And those are things we need to think about when we think about these funding, because I went down a rabbit hole and I started looking at all the grant opportunities. There's one that's due in June 25th for elders, so I'll email you that. But when it comes to these grants, one thing we have to think about is going forward, the administration, the Trump administration, is changing grants. The way we explain ourselves and identify ourselves is going to be stricken from those. These cultural things, all of these key words, we're going to have to find a new way to apply for these grants. We're going to need to focus and hopefully, lean in towards some philanthropy. Hopefully there's some philanthropists out there that will help support us. But all in a sense, that's all still us waiting for somebody to save us. We need to save ourselves so these guys coming today won't even be an issue. We'll have a pot of money that Wayne can dig into and fund this program. One last thing. I know everybody's tired because we've been sitting for a long time. When we apply for grants and programs apply for grants, we have to think about the future of that. Because I am seeing it happen so often. We apply for a grant and there's no life after grant. What happens then? Well, now we have employees, 2 employees. What's probably going to happen? The general account's probably going to have to pick that up. That's more funds from the general account that's going to have to pick up a grant that was originally not a tribal program. No offense, it's a good program. I'm just saying, this has happened. That's where there's 9 programs under the general account right now. When the casino was thriving, it's not thriving now. So we need alternate sources in order to support these endeavors that our people have in order to solve some of these problems that we are facing today. But I just want to plant that seed. Let's focus on some economic development so we can funnel that money to jobs and to these programs that help our people. Thank you.
You sure, Bob?
I want to give my time back to this gentleman here. Can you finish up his
Yeah.
program? I think we kind of took up all of his time here.
Ben?
Yeah, I too wanted to, I know you up here this whole time, you're saying seeing stuff though, but I would also like to hear from the people he brought too. I mean, they also did that work to get that in there, so I would like to hear from them. They actually were the people that are in, on the reservation, the communities, dealing with some of this stuff. So, I mean, as far as some of the people, because these are people here. You won't probably be here, no offense, but you probably won't be here, next year in effect, because when the grant ends, it's gone. But these guys will be here. So I would like to see and hear from them because they took the time out to come here also and help support this endeavor. So I would like to hear from them if that's possible once you're done. I mean, I'd like to give them a lot more time because I know we as council have, all the time in the world, but I would like to at least hear from them because that's what I'd like to see, what's going on out there, what their, I guess, interpretation of what they're encountering and stuff, because that's what we're gonna have to end up dealing with it. So, I mean, thank you again, but I would like to see that as you've done.
Continue.
You want me to finish? Okay, I'll just take only about 5 more minutes, that way to give other people a chance to talk. Mr. Eagle Bear went on his lunch break, but no, I want to thank him. He allowed me to get on the agenda here, I believe. And he mentioned several things and talked about, Mr. Black Bear just reiterated, there was a lot of people, I know I'm the person sitting here speaking, but there was a lot of people born and raised in your communities that made this happen. This was not, some white guy in a blue plaid shirts putting these words together. They came from hundreds of your community members. This plan that I'm going to breeze through for about 3 minutes, and then but I want you all to understand the most important thing that I've talked about today is this plan. That came from the hundreds of community members' feedback that the Elder Advisory Council helped us get, and bring that continually to programs of this tribe and say, this is the needs, this is what people are saying, what can we do to plan and create, page 3 it says, direction, strategies, and activities to make these things come to real life. I'm used to working with people from SRD like Sarah Kills-and-Water a lot. Her and anybody that you all have that helps you all plan should have this document because it was the hundreds of community members' feedback and then them creating this plan. It has 6 simple directions in it. 6 simple directions starting on page 3, as well as a timeline on page 10, outlines roles and responsibilities, and talks about financial sustainability for the next 5 years. That holistic perspective, looking at, this was not elder protection looking at a grant. That's how it started. I heard people a lot say the grant. And I just mentioned, we need to all remember that caring for our elders is a way of life. It's not a grant. So these documents are not just for the elder protection program. It's for the thousands of people here to utilize, to plan how they can be a part, because it was hundreds that helped create this. It's not just for the elder protection program. One program of 2 people that you all just heard is ending in December is not what's going to create these vast changes. However, they were the seed that helped make these two things come to fruition and gather the 10 elders that helped go door to door, community to community, to gather the information for this. I've already taken more than 5. Can I borrow 3 from people too? Okay, great.
I'll let you borrow my 3.
Again. This is our 11th year as a company. We're at about 440 contracts now. There has, and well over 400 of those are with Native nations and Native organizations. I say that not because there's high numbers to flex the one muscle I have right now, but to demonstrate the importance of trust in relationships. Okay? The reason why we were sought after is because other cousins of you all's, relatives of you all said, these people can be trusted. And that, I take that very serious. It means it's the life, it's my life. My grandparents who raised me also have to be proud of what I do. So a lot of you all have never seen me before, but I've been through your communities probably 40 times in the last 10 years, and I won't be stopping just because the grant ends. Call me, text me, instant message me, whatever you need as we continue to move through. However, not however, and though, I feel like what you all have been left with as this grant closes is very powerful documentation to plan and receive funding moving forward. That's the last thing I want to say about that 400 plus number, 400 contracts, the majority in indigenous nations. I have never been more proud of any of them than I am with this one. The way that this has came together and the way that these elders have spoken, and Russell, and they will speak in a little bit and come together to have made this happen. I knew it was going to kick off at the visioning session when James, who I'd never met before, walks in and took over the presentation for 45 minutes. Thank goodness. Praying and crying and singing and talking about, I've been doing this for decades, and I want to see this work, and I want to be a part of it. So even though I'll be meandering through these communities for decades to come, and people will see me and people won't, there's going to be people like James who have been dreaming of these things since he was a little child. So thank you all so much for letting me share.
I have Royal that has a question.
Oh, yeah. So are you done with your, I did have to address when he's done.
Just for the elders to speak as Mr. Black Bear asked, yes.
Is that it? Are you going to say something?
Oh, no, not about this, but I
Oh,
was,
something else?
yeah,
Okay, well, let them finish then.
okay.
Okay, thanks, Royal. Go ahead.
I'll start, and then he's good. Start. Eric went to the restroom. He'll be back. My name is Margaret Morrison. I go by Margot. I'm from the Black Bike community, and I've been working with the Elder Protection Program. I'm going to be going on 2 years. I started in July of 2023 when they were hiring workers, and it took me a lot to actually want to come and work for the Elder Protection Program because of all the trust and how touchy of a subject it is within our communities and within our families, and how people are going to open up. And I really thought about the elders and how, like, if they opened up and they trust me and then the door closes because I know it was a grant. And so I decided to take the job. Thankfully, I got hired. So I do a lot of the groundwork. There for a little bit, it was just myself that was working when I first met Michael. And I did a lot of the groundwork. I was busy every day. It was really busy back then. Now it kind of slowed down a little. But I do a lot of home visits. I do a lot of welfare checks, sometimes along with the police department if they have an officer available. If not, then I do it by myself. I see a lot of neglect out in our communities, also along with financial abuse. I will get a little bit of like the physical abuse reports every now and then, but it always relates back into I don't want to press charges on so-and-so because they're related to me or they're my daughter. And a lot of the abuse comes within our families. And I think that's where we're shameful of actually admitting to that. And, you know, like my parents have endured abuse, and so I know how hard it is for actually others to come forward and to admit that that's what's going on. And so, this work here is very, very, I wouldn't know the word, but it means a lot to me because I'm able to go out there and help, and it's not just a job to me. I'm out there working for them, trying to protect them in the best way I can. And we do have a lot of resources out there. I see a lot of things. I see a lot of things within our programs that could be better. And it does all start with us here. And we could sit here and we could talk about it all we want until something actually is done. And I can only do so much. So whenever I can't do it, I rely on other resources to help me. And sometimes I get turned away. And so that's when it comes to, I have to dig out of my own pocket to help these elders because they don't need help just once, they need help multiple times. Rather it's with the lights, a phone, so they can call 911 or, groceries or, clothing and stuff like that. But we do a lot of work. It's not just giving food boxes out or whatever, because we do help with that. We will find resources for that. We actually take on more than what we probably should be because our program is a victim service program to where we only, address elders and housing protection orders. But lately we've been going into evictions, guardianships, because there's people out there who don't want to take care of their elders or whoever they're taking care of. We come across grandmas coming in to do custody or, just somebody coming in asking for something that's not around the elder abuse. And then, so with our program, we also hear a lot. We hear a lot within what goes on within, some of the programs where elder abuse is actually a big factor. And so, we have to accommodate them in some way. And we try our best, and it's just us two that do it. Whenever I'm not available, he does it. And I'm thankful that he does it too, And I really want this program to continue after the 2 years because it is really needed. It's needed for them to have been somebody who is actually going to sit there and listen to them because I have elders who come to the courthouse just to visit. I had an elder yesterday who called me who wanted me to go visit them so they could feed me. So I did, just all these little things that they are missing within their home life because they're either alone, they're isolated, nobody wants to visit them, or they just need someone to talk to. And I always get that a lot. Oh, thank you for listening to me. Thank you for, you're the only one that listens to me. And one of the biggest things that we have out there is also the police department. And I understand they're understaffed, but it could be better. It could be better for them and to trust them and not just be, oh, well, so-and-so is calling again, or, oh, how many times have they called, within a month or, stuff like that. And so as we sit here today, I ask each and every one of you to really think about what you guys are saying and if you guys are really going to help in some way, whether it's small or big, to be really mindful of what's going on because each and every one of us deal with it within our family. And it's hard. And some of us don't want to talk about it because it's our family. And we don't want, people talking or, it getting out or whatever. But, this is really big. This is bigger than us. This has been here for years. And now that there's a program out there that is actually helping, even if it's a small percent of the elders, like, let's do something about it. I've done a lot of work within the past year going out to the jails, providing education, not just to offenders, but, the people in jail in general. And, they come up with a lot of good things of we talk about where it starts, someone said in the home, which is true, a lot of stuff starts within our home. And we reflect that within our home, within ourselves. And, one of the inmates out there also suggested bringing back our traditional laws, going to ceremonies with families, sitting down, having a one-on-one discussion with them and letting them know that this is what's going on within the homes and that it could be better. And then I had someone say, no, don't do that because you're going to cause trouble, so we have to really think about all those factors coming together. But we really need to think about the elders and, the people who get abused, not just you know, what it's going to do to our families or what it's going to do to our community because we see it. And sometimes we turn a blind eye because we don't want to report it because we're scared of retaliation. And I wish I could fix that part, but you know, that's another thing that probably another issue is people are scared to get retaliated on. And, you know, sometimes it's hard. It's really hard when I go out and I see how they're treated. I see how they're being treated. I had the cops called on me because I went to go do a home visit. And I don't know, I think you were with me
I was
then.
with you,
Yeah,
yeah.
like
Good
I had the
job.
cops
Wow.
called on me, you know, and if people don't want my services, they'll shut the door, so I won't go back. But I do go from the beginning till the end of it, once I start it. I usually do home visits maybe 3 times within a month to make sure that they're okay. I do find resources. The prosecutor's office is a big resource for us. And so is White Buffalo Path. Those are the 2 main ones that really help us out. I really wish that we had more resources and rather just being helped out once. So like even having money allocated to the elders just to help them with maybe 1 or 2 bills, you know, just to get them by because a lot of them live on a fixed income or some don't even get income. And, you know, with the treatment, someone was talking about like alcohol and drugs. We did help, I think it was like 2 elders get into treatment. You know, we followed them from the beginning until the end, and we are still working with one of them. The other one kind of just didn't want our services anymore, but we are still working with one of them. And he's trying to go back, which is probably a good thing. So, you know, we do a lot of work that, you know, nobody probably sees. We were out into the communities. And a lot of the elders, some of them mentioned that they didn't know that they were being used because they just probably never thought of it that way. But if we really want to do something, it all starts with you guys. That's all I'm saying.
Margot did really well working with the inmates, as she mentioned. And when this contract was signed, the prior administration asked that there be perpetrator trainings and perpetrator abuse healing and such. So there's a lot of information in this report related to that as well. So when your behavioral health, mental health services and things are looking for direction and funding as well related to those perpetrators that can continue to commit crimes against their relatives. Her and Eric is the one taking this study. I mean, the study ended, but they are gathering information daily, every call that they go to.
Oh, I did want to mention that also our program made it as far as California and Mayo Clinic and also to Washington, Oregon, even though we couldn't help them with like orders or guardianships. We did do a lot of resources into where they could go into their states for that kind of help. Although we did help the guy in a Mayo Clinic from home and find a guardian. If not, then he was going to be the state of, I think it was Minnesota. He was going to be awarded to the state of Minnesota, but we found him a relative that was willing to take care of him. And as far as I know, the last time I checked with him, he was doing good.
Sherry, and then after Sherry, if the presentation's done, we're gonna recess for lunch.
Thank you. Just listening to something that the young lady said, I want to make a motion. I wanted to send it to governmental affairs, but we're pretty swamped with a bunch of new laws, so I'm gonna send it to judiciary. And I know Michelle, but if judiciary is too busy for it, would you just send it back towards governmental? But the motion I want to make is a motion for the Judiciary Committee to work with our Attorney General firm developing a law to protect our elders that's similar to the domestic violence law where the police officers can press charges on behalf of the elder.
Second. So, question, Michael, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
Madam Chair. I believe the new elder code that has been drafted has a lot of that, but,
The same language.
we'll circulate that to all the just in case it doesn't
Sounds
have
good.
exactly what you want.
Okay.
And it's in the beginning of the process, so there's plenty of time to make amendments and whatever. Well, yeah.
Madam Chair, I just want to answer my granddaughter here. Judiciary committee's never too busy for anything. We're always willing to accept anybody that's willing to come onto the committee and give a presentation or give it up.
Okay, thank you.
24/7.
All right, go ahead and shake hands. With that, we're gonna recess for lunch. I have to get to St. Francis to do an opening for their kindergarten graduation. We're honoring Phyllis and Pauline, Phyllis Provincial and Pauline Cloudman, and I'm going to reward them with a certificate of appreciation. The Rosebud Sioux Tribe recognizes the outstanding service and dedication to the Sichangu Lakota Oyate, awarded this May 15th, 2025. I want to tell you all, these two Lakota males here, they've been at our IHS for many, many years. They were at our old hospital and they transitioned to our new hospital. They've taken care of many of our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, our parents, and their parents. They've been there a long time. And I wanted to show appreciation for the service that they've given to our tribal Oyate and the great care that they've given them. They've had a lot of compassion. And when you go there and they're there, they make you feel welcome. No matter how sick you are or what's wrong with you, they're always there to show that compassion, that Olakota way of life. And I really feel honored to be here with them today. They've taken care of me many times, my mother many times, and I really appreciate them. And so I wanted to do this today as the tribe's way of thanking them for their many, many years of service. I don't have exactly how many ladies.
45 years, 5 months, and 3 days.
45 years, 3 months. Oh,
5 months.
5 months and 3 days for Phyllis. And Pauline?
45
45 years.
and 6 months
6 months.
and 1 day.
And 1 day. So I don't know if anyone else has anything that they want to say, that they want to share with them for everything they've done for us as a tribe, for your families. If you do, I would like to have you let them know now before we do their honor song.
I have a few things to say. Thank you for your service. I appreciate all your years of dedication. It's good to know that we have our own people at our hospital taking care of us. You ladies are the type of nurses who, when we go in or when people take their kids in and you're there helping, that we have that comfort feeling, especially knowing that the hospital has this constant rotation of doctors. You are the faces that we look to and trust and that help us through processes up there. So I want to thank you for that, for your dedication to healthcare and to service for our people. I'm very proud of you, Grandma Pauline. I'm very proud of you. You've always been a friendly face, ready to give hugs and helpful. You too, Phyllis. I've known you all my life since I was a little girl. You've always dedicated your life to healthcare, so I appreciate that. I know my Uncle Kent was proud of you. And one thing during COVID, you two being older women and still being elders and working through the pandemic, I'm sure that was very scary time. So I am very thankful for that sacrifice. So we'll be loved for all your service.
Thank you, Sherry.
Yeah, toka. See you, how ya heal, because I'm now whooping like chicha below. I'm 72 years old. Now, I think Pauline delivered me. I think what I appreciate the most is the fact that these two young ladies up here are the only Lakota speakers up there that I know of. And it makes me feel comfortable when I go up there that I don't have to put up with those Ford agents up there. That I could rely on these two ladies and talk to them where I'm more comfortable. I'm more comfortable when I talk Lakota. And when I go up there, I know I could depend on these two ladies to help me along. It's time for you guys to move to greener pastures and chase young men around. Wopila li chicha.
Just want to thank both of you for your years of service to the people. You guys have been through and seen so much change, good and bad, from the old hospital to the new, if you still want to consider that a new hospital. But the endurance that you had to work for the people shows that your retirement here, that you were really truly for the people. Your hearts were sincere, your minds were sincere to serve the people. And like Bob said, you're both fluent speakers, so you really benefited the people. And those Lakota virtues up there, you two are really a role model for that, because you displayed it all your 45 years of service to the people. So Lila Wopila, for your service, your care, and your hearts for the people. So I hope that your retirement is a good one. Thank you.
Oh, so I want to thank you guys for coming here, and all your family for being here. It's not easy. I know when you guys first started out as probably nurses going to school, it was hard. Like right now, in this era, it seems easy to go to school like at USD or something like that. My dad had that same issue when he went to school. It was really hard for them to be Lakota and be there because of the racism, the prejudice, and stuff like that. So you guys were able to overcome that and get certified and come back to teach our people. So to me, I want to say, like, to the public out there too, even though right now it may seem hard just to go to school, it was twice as hard for you guys to even get that, get that education. So to me, I just want to say big thank you, and I hope the hospital sees this because it's the same thing. But thank you. Thank you.
Anyone else? Lila. Ya hip kila wopila chicha be. Okaki nako. Tukela sti oyate ki wachinya be. Na wala na yagli na oyate ki oichaya kapi. Washte ash ake oichija. She magata tuweni wana oyate ki afwala o washa chunktishi. Ash wopila tunkai chicha no pions. Jaha hel stustenich api na washi ota ichanub na ogna hena nija yonik shijam na cheja ash wana freedom one lu happy ash le a better ki le we oni ham na etoch jacket wopila on geni japi. I want to thank the drum and the Oka and for coming for this, and for the two women, the people really depend on them. And it's hard for them, I know, because who else is going to do what they did up there? People who have to come here, they need to know who we are. And they need to know this is who we are right here. And I know there wasn't a very nice going away for them, but that's okay. We take care of our own. These are women, our backbones, the healthcare system, and this is what they deserve. And I'm really sorry that happened, but no, you're with our people. This is now. They know who you are now. We hold you in high esteem, and you sacrificed every day your time. You sacrificed a lot for the people. And so today, remember that, the people are thankful. I'm thankful. When I go there, I always, hope to see you ladies. And it's going to be hard and different. But you deserve what's here today for you. And your people really appreciate. We all do. Everybody. And more so now, I'm sure everybody's there and supporting you to and like Mr. Black Bear said, you had it tough, but you did it. You came back, and your people still need you. We're here. We might be bothering you still.
no one else, is there anyone else that would like to say anything?
On paper.
Thank you both. What happened?
Happy talk to you. Don't know, I'm betting today I hear Kelena walking on Misha Hello. You can't. What I want to share with you is I didn't know these two ladies are my cousins. Pauline is my Gashi and Phyllis is my Gashi. And we were just over to the school helping the kindergarten over there. And Kathy said, follow me back down to tribal building. So I didn't know what was taking place. But what I want to share with all of you is, you know, sometimes when you're young and you're away from home and you don't have a mother. Well, back in 1975, when we were in college down in Haskell, Pauline was just, I don't know if you were just getting started at that time, but Pauline was our mom away from home. For many of us that were young, Pauline and Boyd had an apartment and we could go over there and have a home cooked meal. And we hung out at their apartment on weekends or in the evenings. Maybe sometimes she got tired of us and told us to go back to the campus. But I just want to say thank you because not only was she my mother away from home when I was in college in Haskell, it'll be 50 years since I graduated here next week. Oh man, I feel like I'm getting cut up to my bones. But I just want to say thank you, Pauline, for the work that you two did at IHS. And I know that myself and my family, when we would go over there, it's always good to hear somebody talk Lakota that can take care of you. Makes you feel comfortable. But today, it's an honor for Pauline, and like I said, she was a mother for many during that time of the college days in Haskell for many of us. So, Wopila, Ichijelo. And by the way, she gave me a Haskell alumni t-shirt here about a month ago.
You want to do another song, Pat?
translate the song, so some of you that don't know what we're saying. I'm kidding. I got on my people to tell you. You know, the songs that are sung in Lakota, they all have a story. And so, Woke Yahweh, is a Lakota name. And Kanak Babe Kejuta, her hands is medicine woman. I don't know which one is, I think they told me, but okay, that's Phyllis is Lakota name. So working in the field of health is a beautiful name that was given to her. Kanak Babe Kejuta, her hands are medicine. And so as the song says, her hands are medicine. Take courage, be active. Lakota Pike Oteki means being native, being Lakota. It is very difficult. Oyate Oksha Wachiniampi says all over the people are relying on you, calling upon you. So if you understand these songs, it tells the story of the life that they have lived. So I just want to translate that. So some of you that may not know what we're saying, a lot of times when we sing for people like that, somebody says, all you got to remember is the Huelos and the Pelos. But it's not like that, you know, so I just want to share that much. Thank you. For allowing us to be down here, like I said, today was a crazy day. We were at the kindergarten graduates, and then we flew over here, and yesterday we were in White River with Bob. You know, so, but our belief, and my boys and my brothers, we're always taught that wherever you're called upon to go, and whatever it is that they ask you, do it without standing there. What's in it for me? They say, don't stand there with your hands outstretched and say, do I get paid? We're not like that. We just go. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen. And our belief is, some of you see that old movie called Have Gun Will Travel. Well, our philosophy is Have Drum Will Travel. So thank you.
I'm going to have the ladies say a word, and before I do, I just wanted to share that I've always been a very compassionate person, and going from kindergarten graduation at St. Francis, it was very emotional to see these kids today. They had their immersion program there. The kids, kindergarten kids, two of them made a speech. They read a speech, and they did a dance for us. And then they sang Itsy Bitsy Spider in Lakota. And it was very emotional. It's just like, I needed to cry because I'm so proud to see these little kindergarten students doing this. And then to come over here to honor these two that I work with. I came from IHS to the tribe. I left my government career to be here. And so I work closely with both of them. And so for me, it's really hard to know that they're done. It's bittersweet. I'm happy for them, but I'm sad for us because they've been a part of our lives. So I just wanted to share that. But Pauline has something to say, and then Phyllis.
Lila pila unyapi. Lila taha he washer chunk upi. Okusha tipia. I just wanted to say thank you for all your support and love. And thank you for the blankets, and it's been a long haul. Really hard sometimes. That Phyllis on my Mishka at the old hospital back in the 70s. But we both quit to go back to college to RN school, and we both graduated from USD. So we're both registered nurses. And we had to go and take our tests. Boy, the testing was something else. It was 2 days of testing. And when I was testing, I looked around and there was no native. They were all Washitu. It was scary. It was really scary. But anyway, I passed and I became RN, and Phyllis did too, and then we went back to work. So But back then, we didn't have stations like now, permanent stations. It was all mixed up. One day you went and you were delivering babies. The next day you came and you were in the ER, doing CPR. It was all like that, but now it's all stationary. But we really had a lot of good times. Down at the old hospital, we worked with Julianne, and boy, it was really spooky there. Yeah, sometimes we'd have bats flying, We needed a new hospital because it was like Dracula's castle or something. And, but in 1988 or so, we moved into the new hospital. And, all the babies we delivered, I always say, are parents themselves now or grandparents. It just, I don't know how many babies we helped deliver. And also, everybody was kind of scared to take care of deceased persons, but somebody has to take care of them too. So me and Phyllis did it with respect. And, anyway, I'm happy. Today's a happy day for us. I've been saying, gee, I remember we were working one time, I told Phyllis, go and see how many years we have so we can get out of here. And how much are we going to get in retirement? She came back and told me, I said, oh, we'll just keep working. Yeah. But the technology now, man, it's something else sometimes. It's really, you just have to keep up with it. And you have to have all your accreditations and to even be a nurse, and taking care of people. During COVID, like Pat said, it was really scary. We worked and people were getting tested. And then pretty soon, all in that hallway 3, you could hear them crying because there was no cure. We didn't have no vaccines yet. And I kept praying that they need to get that vaccine here, And those people that were crying, about 2 weeks later, they were on Miss Holmes' page. And, it was just, I was glad when the vaccines came. At least we had a fighting chance. But anyway, at that time, I decided to make a PR. I don't know if people heard it in here, but it's for the Wakans, the elders, because they didn't understand, what was going on and what the virus was, where it came from, and all that. So I did it all in Lakota for them, the elders. And I had one young person come up to me and say, I heard you talking on the radio. I said, did you understand what I said? And he said, no, but it sounded really cool. He said. Then we pushed for the boarding school initiative because with that, some of that funding was gonna go for a building and try to bring our language back, And so Ben Black Bear, we're going to ask him to head the language part, because that's what they took from us, from the boarding school. But that's another story. But today I'm thankful to be here and just wishing you all love and luck, and make sure your children get that education, because that's how you fight back these days, with that education. It is said that an educated native is more dangerous to the government than somebody with a spear. So I know now you can't war against the government. You can't be a militant. Let's do it with education. Push that education for your young ones. If I could do it all over again, I would be a lawyer. But with that, anyway, we want to thank you, and we made lots of sacrifices when we had to be the flight team. So we were flying to Denver, Sioux Falls, Rapids, sometimes 2 times to Sioux Falls in one day, and Phyllis almost crashed in the airplane. They had to land in Pastor somewhere. Oh, and I flew to Denver, and after we took the patient, we were landing and the patient coded. So I got up and I started CPR as we were touching down. And I hollered at we had 2 pilots, tell them it's a code blue. And here, 2 people ordered 2 ambulance companies. Thank God. So anyway, they were there. So man, when we landed, they came running. They saved that patient. But they told me then, get in, you have to come. So I got in the ambulance and they were doing CPR. Oh, we went to the streets of Denver, to University Hospital, and the ER staff was ready. They were waiting for us, and they took the patient in and they saved him. It was really awesome. And then about, I don't know, 3 months, I got a message to come down to the CYO. So I did, and here was the guy. And he was just sitting there. And he said, I just want to say thank you, you know. But it's not really a thankless job. Like one time we were in the ER and we had this patient that was all stabbed up. It was just, we were just running IV fluid. We were doing everything we could. And the flight team came and took the patient. And about 2 weeks later, he came walking in. He said, I just came to thank you guys. So that's, that was, the Fungashilas were for us that day. But with that, I know that there's turmoil right now at the IHS, and Trump is going to cut some IHS funding. So I feel for the Oyate, but take care of yourself, wear your seatbelts, little things like that, You just, if you don't have to be going somewhere at night, stay home. It's gonna be daylight, Tell your children to be safe too, And so with that, I'm gonna thank all of you, and we love you from the bottom of our hearts, and I'm glad my Hunka family came today. Oh, I love going over there to Two Strike, because that's the only place I could talk Indian. hours. One of the grandsons comes and sit there because he just listened. That's good. Well, I know that it was getting close to my leaving, but one day I seen a patient sitting out there, and I said, you know, that guy really looks like Alfonso Batan. He turned around just as I was pointing. So then I walked over there and I said, you know, I said, I was pointing at you. I'm really sorry. I said, I thought you was Alfonso Batan. And he looked at me. He said, I am Alfonso. So I knew it was time to leave. So, Mama wonka, chihanta. Somebody needs to make us spirit please and more. Hoya mitaku e oyasi.
Ale am petu ki johila tunte washte ana pechi usapi. Na tueni Oate buchitro kabu aglakishni chanke atake punkte ki solvayishni ka ya wopila chichapi johila. Ale am petu ki lueche tu pechi wopila trevna. Tukatakia ya iwaha iwashkia manim te ya watching chichapi. Watching ya chichapi. Thank you all for this beautiful day, for all of you coming here to honor us. I never was in it for the honor or the glory. I was just in it to take care of people, take care of my people. I could have went on, I could have went to school. My professors wanted me to go to medical school, but I wanted to come home and take care of my people, so that's what I chose to do. One of them especially wanted me to go to school and become a doctor. And he said I had the brains to do it, but this is what I chose. For 51 years, on June 1st, I'll be a nurse. I still have my nursing license. It's good till 2029. I was going to retire at the end of May, and certain family health issues came up, and so I decided to leave earlier to take care of my family, who I have been sacrificing for the. I've made sacrifice. They've made sacrifices for me, I should say, so I could work and help other people. And because that's what I taught them to do, always be, look out for the other guy. Help them out if they're hungry, feed them, if they need a piece of clothing, give it to them. There's always another rummage sale. That's what I always say, just kidding. And I just want to say that I'm very thankful. I've taken a lot of hard hits during my tenure as a nurse. I fought with the administration. Every administration that ever came through, I've had my dealings with them. And I always stood up and I always told them what I thought and what I thought was right. And if I knew it was right, I wouldn't give up. And so that's how I come to be where I am today. I decided I was going to leave because things were getting really hard up there. And rather than get myself into trouble, I decided to retire and take care of my family. I didn't really want to do it, but I knew it was time because it wasn't fun anymore. I always told my coworkers, when it's not fun anymore, I'm out of here. That hasn't been very fun for the last 2 years. Come to work, go home, be tired, come to work again, go home, be tired. It was a vicious cycle. I have an illness that's not going to go away anytime soon, and so it was getting so difficult for me to get up in the morning. I was always late. I called in late, couple hours every day, drag myself to work and go home, lay down, because that's all I could do. So I knew that, I wasn't being very effective in what I wanted to do anymore. So that was a part of my reason for leaving also. So whatever negative information is being given out there, it's not true. I left on my own, and I left because I wanted to. So I could still be up there fighting with the administration if I wanted, but I didn't want to do that. It wasn't going to end very good. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. Thank you for listening. I hope you all have an enjoyable afternoon and good year, good summer. Looking forward to Sundance.
Iwachi mapchale, wait ya, what check out the loan, what clock it'll let wait to a job you cut. Pukashla, Leno ke ho ye me che ya me ta ko ye o zani awa o ba che lo yo ka shela o mo kia yo ai wow, you take it, la na ye me che ya me ta ko ye zani awa o ba che lo yo ka shela ô mô kia yo hai wait till you make up or ele ta wait till you can hekta ke ko wase chet ke se o ti topic ta ka ele we numla la unakta la wana Paulina Phyllis wana la ta ya pik te ka ya pe zania mani ham se ho ti chapolo ele ta yekta ki na Kachin, Kachan, Kanagi, Waste, China, Zania, Manina, Watakio, Kit Kapit, Kakoza, Chitapit, Kakoza, Ki, and now kicks up in Tulana. Dona, where to him now, is a way to, eat Kayat and a cocktail, Kit Kacha, which was on a hopping to Lohoti, Chapolo, Mitakio, Mazanik to Lo, Mitake, I see, lawyer.
All right. So if you want to start a line, which way? Gonna go this way? The family wants to feed.
Oh, okay.
Are they gonna bring them a plate? Yeah. They're gonna get them to a plate first. Okay. We can get our honoraries on their papers. Here. You want to sit here? These two aren't here. I'll bring your chair over. Okay. That one you can move that Oh, yeah. Hold it so you don't roll away.
Yeah. I'll have that.
Yeah, they need a separate. Yeah. Council, do you want to start your line? I know you already ate.
It's been really baffled.
There's certain lines over there? Yeah. I read there on the.
I did it all for the
Did you eat then?
I did it all for.
Yeah, I'll wait till I wait, yeah, can't wait.
I was gonna tease you earlier and say, oh my God, you almost crashed out.
I don't know, you have to use them like
Oh, shoot.
Okay. Good, huh?
Uh-huh. we're gonna have Resco do their presentation now. For real this time?
There's time to turn.
Goes up.
So does everyone on the council know what RESCO does?
You guys know what Resco is? Anybody?
Anybody have questions on it? Pardon?
Generally, we understand it.
Oh, do you have a question?
I'll wait till after they're all done with their presentation. If nobody has any objections, I'd like to take the floor for one of our communities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, RESCO is the business arm for energy development for the tribe. TUC is a regulatory arm for energy development for the tribe. So TUC establishes regulations of how we're going to regulate our energy development on our reservation. These guys do the actual development, design it, hire contractors, build it, manage it, that kind of stuff. While the tribe wanted to have it as an independent body of the tribe, like similar to what the REDCO is. Our schools have their own bylaws and so forth. So the tribe issued a charter, and they selected the initial board members, and then they give the corporation a grant to administer, so they have some money to operate, and they hired staff. But because they're not able to manage the money right now until they get fully stood up, they have to have their own personnel procedures, their own accounting procedures, the personnel on the accounting manual, property management manual. They have to have all these in place so that they can properly manage our businesses. So right now, because they're just getting started, the tribe gave them a TEP grant to administer. And so that's how they're being set up, and that's how they're starting to develop their own rules, so they'll eventually be on their own. But because they're a third party for us, then today we have to approve what's called a master services agreement between the tribe and RESCO. And that master services agreement spells out the responsibilities of RESCO in administering this grant and the responsibilities of the tribe in administering this grant. So that's the first thing they're going to have to do today. And then secondly, because of this tribal electrification grant is so under controversy, we're one of the tribes that are going to be audited by DOSH here probably the next week or two. So that's why they're bringing all this stuff today so that we're up to date. But there's some contracts in this that have to be approved of. One is a contract for this was all advertised for and firm selected. So the firm selected to do this design build for this electrical generation plant, the contract is ready for your approval so that we can go ahead and sign it and get them started. There's another grant that the tribe received. It's an EPA grant. It was also given to RESCO, and under that grant was all advertised for contractors, and the contractor was selected to do the design and development of our charging stations. We're going to have 5 charging stations throughout the reservation. We're going to purchase some buses, electric buses, and we're going to purchase an electric garbage truck. So those are all the contracts that RESCO is going to present to you today. So I just wanted to give you an overview so that everybody knew why it's important and why they're here today.
Introduce yourself. Okay. I'm Jamie Pointy. I'm the executive director of ResCo. You guys signed my last year, so I'm still here. You haven't scared me away yet. I am pretty scared today, though. That's why I brought my mom with me. And then I have my staff.
Hello, everybody. I'm Stephen Denoyer. I am the office assistant.
I'm Leah Running Bear. I'm the community outreach director.
And everything Wayne said is exactly what's going to happen. Start with the master service agreement. I put them all into different files for everybody. So you don't have to rummage through paper. Now I'm rummaging through files. Okay, so today, that's the first one we was talking about was the master service agreement. The other one that we didn't talk about is we're hiring a Native Energy Resource Council. It's a law firm that the tribe was utilizing this whole time, but now, well, we're gonna steal them from you guys and we're gonna use them and we're gonna pay them out of the DEP funds. So that one is in here. It's Margie and Evan. I don't know if you guys heard from them before, but they worked on the.
What funds did you say?
It's gonna go out of the DEP funds because we have training.
And is that through the tribe? Is that something we're funneling through, or is that directly granted towards you?
It's directly granted. Well, no, it's funneling. That's why.
That's why we have to approve it?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what my concern was. I was like, you guys have a board, they should be able to approve that.
And well, and then once we kind of gave part of it back to the tribe until we can get, like you were saying, all the financials, all the policies and procedures, our own bank accounts. It still has to go through the tribe until we can get our financial situation set up. But I think we're gonna have to send out an RFP for that to see if we could find a firm that would be willing to work with us and help us set up everything. And then we slowly take it back over and hire people who really do it. And on the FESCO, there's on the FESCO and the Gray Snow, and I believe on the NERC, they have the resolution as well as the agreements in there.
You don't have anything in that?
Oh,
Has the board reviewed all these?
Yes.
Approved them?
The board has approved everything you're getting now, except for the last thing I was gonna talk about is you guys are gonna have to sign another contract for me. And we haven't really gotten to go over anything, so I'm just putting the same contract that you guys had last year, just with different dates.
But that one didn't go through your board yet?
This one did.
It probably should.
It needs to, but I need the monitor to sign this, or this needs to be in for monitors. I thought I had until the end of May, but, because on my contract says May and then it says 2025. But the resolution that was submitted said May 1st, 2025. So I'm already
The
past it.
contract said something different?
My contract said something different.
What would we do in an instance like that? go with the resolution or the contract?
So I have to, I don't know when the auditors are gonna come and if
So
I'm
as
still,
of, so as of now, your contract's up?
as of now, my contract's up. When first, my contract was up. So I don't know actually how we fix that or. We do have a board meeting on
I was
Friday.
gonna say, is Eric in here? Well, when we get to that part, I'll ask Eric, yeah. See what Eric thinks.
Jamie, did Eric go over this?
Yeah. We were going back and forth for since November.
Okay.
Fix the parts that were wrong.
Okay.
So you did make the changes he suggested?
Yeah. And he got a copy of it before I sent it out to you guys.
Okay. Madam Chair? Just wanted to let the council know that this was supposed to come to Economic Development Committee, but we didn't meet on the 6th. And Eric has reviewed this and did make amendments to it and made comments. So Jamie said that she did include those comments that Eric made.
And I apologize to the council because I didn't fully explain what that TEP grant was about. That TEP grant is called a Tribal Electrification Grant. And what this grant is going to do is it's going to allow us to build a electrical generation plant over in Antelope that's going to be all powered by solar and backed up by batteries. The original plan was to build a 5 megawatt, but because of funding, because we didn't get the full grant, it's reduced to 2.5 megawatts now. But this grant allows us to do several things. One is we're going to produce our own electrical power, and that's important because our grid here is always overtaxed, especially in the wintertime when it gets real cold. There's such a high demand on electricity here that there have been a few times when we were just minutes away from being put on a rotating brownout situation. We were called, and when that happened, then we contacted all of our entities that have generators. We turned all of our generators on and put power back into the system so that did not happen. This electrical generation plant would be one step towards that not ever happening. That's one thing it does. The other thing it does is that for like 8 years now, we've had an agreement with WAPA. Whenever we negotiated our rights-of-way agreement with WAPA, not only were we paid money, but WAPA agreed to provide us for certain things. One of those things is that if we ever became a producer of energy, then they agreed to help us sell and transmit that energy to buyers. We have never been able to exercise that agreement because we have never been a provider. This will allow us to be a provider. And so this generation plant will be put into place, and there will be a transmission line from the generation plant to that substation just north of Mission. It's about 1.5 miles from where this is going to be. So this power will be generated, transmitted directly into WAPA's generation system. And so then we can either sell back to Cherry Todd or sell to whoever we want to, but we can sell because we'll have access to their transmission system. Our long-term goals are to be able to provide all of our power here ourselves. And what makes that possible is this agreement we have with WAPA, because WAPA not only agreed to help us sell any power that we produce, but they have to supply us with all the power that we need as a tribal government at their costs. So like for right now, all of our power comes from these restrictive power service agreements we have with Rushmore Electric and with power, Basin Power Electric. What that is Rushmore Electric consists of 9 local co-ops like Cherry Todd. There's 9 of those formed this corporation called Rushmore Electric. And then under Basin Power, there's, I want to say 15 or 20 Rushmore Electrics that went together and formed Basin Power. And that's where we get all of our power, but it's right now it's restrictive because we can only buy power from them and nobody else. So we're at their realm. If whatever increases they have, whatever, we have to live with it. We have no say so in that whatsoever. But because we have this WAPA agreement as a backup, and we start producing our own energy, at that point, then we're going to negotiate our way out of those power purchase agreements so that we produce our own power and we have total control over what those costs are going to be. So those are the 2 big purposes of this grant.
This is the one that he's talking about, the contractor that we selected was PESCO. These were all vetted and verified by the board. We did risk assessments on the technical merit, how past performance and cost to see and put them against the other proposals that we had, and these ones did best this TEP project. On these projects, all these contracts and on the resolution, we have to make sure they say these all have been approved by the board. The resolutions, there's been a lot of back and forth between different lawyers and such. All of these contracts, it needs to say on the resolution, it needs to say that it's limited to the availability of grant funds. So that way, in case something happens and we don't get the full funding or the funding gets cut, that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe is not held accountable for any of the agreements we made. So it's to have a limited availability of grant funds.
Michaels?
Yeah, wait, just a question to yourself. I assume under this arrangement, the funds will be in your program back there, and then you will pay RESCO as services are provided, right?
Right. No, these are referred to as pass-through funds, and we do it a lot, like with the White Buffalo Calf Society and some others. And what spells out the conditions of that pass-through is that master services agreement.
Okay. There are no indirect cost implications here.
No, because the tribe is going to administer all these funds, so we keep them all here.
Okay, but I mean, IG is not going to it's not going to require us to supplement our indirect cost services back here out of general fund because of these monies.
No, because there are indirect cost monies identified in the grant.
Okay, right. And I picked up on that, that's why I asked.
Yeah.
They believe they're in both grants too. Oh.
Madam Chair? Yes, I'm sorry, I was reading.
No, you're fine. Motion for emergency legislation.
For which one?
The master service agreement.
Okay, do I have a second? Votes. Oh, votes, I can see. All right, that's okay. Question? Ben, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
25.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. What's the number? Motion to approve
2025-107.
2025-107.
Okay, motion to approve resolution 25-107.
I have a second. Ben? Okay.
Fourth, whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe manages numerous projects and programs which are related to energy and utilities, and whereas the tribe applies for and receives various grants related to energy and utilities, the terms and conditions and award letters for the grants, as well as federal and tribal laws apply to grant activities, and whereas ResCo is an energy service provider on the Rosebud Sioux Reservation and has energy project development and management experience, including access to energy industry experts and Native American business solutions experts who are available to assist in the growth, business development, and the energy and utility development of the tribe. Whereas the tribe seeks to utilize the management and other technical services of ResCo for various projects, programs, and grants under the terms and conditions set forth below pursuant to the various task orders, which will contain scopes of work, financial provisions, and other terms and conditions which are subject to this agreement. And whereas now therefore it be resolved in consideration of the mutual promises and agreements herein set forth, the sufficiency of which is hereby acknowledged, the parties agree as follows. Okay. Sorry, Madam Chair, the resolution doesn't designate who has signatory authority. It doesn't designate a specific,
It's on the last page.
just for the future, usually you do the whole resolution in the front and then the be it further resolved. Then the master agreement is attached to the back.
Okay.
Okay. Because then,
That's really long.
yeah. So I'm sure you guys don't want me to read this whole thing, right?
Madam Chair, if we could, this comes on the floor and passes, could we have it passed with amendments and we can address those minor issues?
Yes.
And there was a couple of things I wanted to add to the resolution.
As amended.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we don't know what those amendments are.
You want to know what the amendments are? One, Mike, would be the format, if you could put it back, put it into our format, and then what are the other reasons?
Which resolution is this?
This is master services agreement.
Oh, that'd be the only one for that. For this one, that is to address the signature authority, yeah. The other one had some different changes. This one. Designating the official sign.
Okay. So for the record, Madam Secretary, page 5, the last whereas and the further be resolved. I'm gonna jump to those last two and then those need to go before the party representative. So whereas any dispute arising under this agreement shall be resolved by good faith negotiations between the parties if such negotiations are unable to produce an agreement in the courts of the Rosebud Sioux tribe. To reword that. Be it further resolved that the tribal council of the Rosebud Sioux tribe delegates authority to the tribal president or his authorized delegate to execute the grant application on behalf of the tribe. Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm just reading like one of those news people, whatever's on there. Wayne, are we keeping this a pass through to the tribe? Do we need to give the board more authority here?
Eventually you want to, but for right now, they're not stood up right now. So
Okay.
that's why they're running everything through our finance, through our personnel management system and everything.
As a fiscal sponsor.
Right.
Yeah.
And then hopefully by this time next year, they will have their own policies to do all that.
Okay, you said that, sorry.
Yeah.
All right. Second by Bill.
Oh, you're not gonna read the whole thing in?
I did. Just read it so fast.
Question by Bill.
Second by, oh yeah. Second by Bill.
All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
No.
Nobody? Thank you.
See how much?
Thank you, council. And again, before we get into these two contracts, I just want to make a couple comments. One is their office is over here in the basement of the annex. And I would encourage all of you to go over and visit them because they have maps and all this stuff that they can really explain to you what all we're trying to do. And secondly, that a major part of this grant is community education. So they've already been out to a couple of communities, but their goal is to get out to every community at least once. And I really, really strongly urge like the broadband and these other entities that need to go out and explain themselves, like maybe even the hospital stuff, that they tag along with these guys because these guys have the equipment and stuff to do presentations or whatever they need so they can all do it at once. I would really, really encourage that.
Thank you guys for coming to Rosebud Community.
You can start with Grace No or Fesco, whichever one to start with.
Let's go, because that's the bigger one, rather than done first. Fesco is the tribal cultivation program project that Wayne was talking about earlier. This is really a good stepping stone to give us energy resilience, grid resilience, energy sovereignty. That's kind of where we want to be at. I'm hoping within the next 10 years. And that's in 5 with the TEP, with the CPRG, and with SWA Solar for All. We'll have 5 communities that will be supplying their own power. 5 out of 20. That's already a quarter of the way done. I get chills when I think about this. You can be any energy resilient, energy sovereign in less than 10 years. When the rest of the world's power is going down because there's no infrastructure, no building of their grids, we'll be safe, we'll be fine. We won't have to depend on them to supply us power, we'll have it ourselves. The whole of the United States electrical grid is about, I don't know, 70 to 50 years old, and there hasn't been any upgrades on any of the transmission lines, anything new, no new development. It's pretty dire out there. If people are going to get cut, they're going to cut us first. So we don't want them to do that. We don't want them to hurt our people any more than they already have.
Bob.
Jamie, I guess I'm new to this, I just got on council, so I'm not too sure of when this started. You're applying for grant money, is that correct?
We got the grant.
You got the grant.
We got the grant money. We want to apply for more as soon as they,
What's the duration of that grant?
4 years.
Huh?
4 years,
4 years?
4 years on both of them.
Okay. How is it going to affect your program after 4 years on trying to obtain the other grant because of the stance by Donald Trump?
Yeah, well, there's different ways. We have people, out there looking for us for philanthropy, which, like, what do you say the word?
Philanthropists.
Philanthropists. We also are looking into, certain energy consumers businesses here to start, so we could use that power to earn money to make this keep on going. There's different avenues and there's so much possibilities. I mean, meat lockers, data centers.
It got me wondering because President Donald Trump had done a executive order stating that all electric, green, what Biden started, he's going to stop everything. So that's why I got to wonder, how are we going to apply for a grant when he's definitely against that?
There's different ways, and see, and we're not doing the clean energy. We're doing grid resiliency. We're doing energy sovereignty. We're not doing the environmental. We're not using those words. Because I'm pretty sure they're using Elon's AI to look for any type of green triggers or climate triggers to cut anything that says anything like that out. So when we start applying, we'll just verbiage.
And it was also mentioned this morning, and I always feel that way, that the tribe's always coming up with an idea, they look for grants, we get that grant, we build something, but there's no afterlife after that.
There's no follow through, there's nobody there to make sure it's done right, there's nobody there to make sure your quality assurance is in place. That's why half our electrical we have right now isn't doing very good, and half our building. That's why we have leaks everywhere, because we don't have any codes, we don't have any regulations that anybody has to follow. So when we go out there and do these grants, we need people out there that are able to make sure that they're following the guidelines that we set in place.
So you're figuring out some plans on after we receive the grant, we built this, and how to take care of that, you got that all planned out already?
We have workforce development in some of these grants. We're looking for more workforce development. There's free training, solar panel trainings, with the CPRG and the TEP. There's training involved with that. So when they come and they do install, we'll have our own people on the ground with them, learning how to do it and how to maintain them. They're not super hard to maintain. They don't need a degree, a certificate. It would be good. I mean, we're gonna need electricians to actually hook stuff up eventually, and to check that, when we do housing, when we do like rooftop solars, we need to check their panels, we need to check their stuff. I mean, we're gonna have to hire a few people, but it'll work itself out, so it pays for itself after the 4 years.
Jamie's talking about training people to maintain this system. We have to have people that can make sure it's run operational. This system is going to generate electrical power at around 2 to 2.5 cents a kilowatt. That's what it's going to cost us to produce that power. Right now, Cherry Todd pays about 6 cents or 6.2 cents a kilowatt. So there's like 4 cents difference there. So we could use that 4 cents difference, and our plans were to use part of that to make sure that they're operational and can build more of these things, and then use a portion of that to put aside into a savings account for the replacement of any parts that would happen. And we'd still be at or cheaper than what Cherry Todd pays for the power now.
So it's going to be a revenue generator program.
Yes,
for sustainability.
Very much so, yes.
Okay. Where I'm having problems is that if we start building charging stations, any man-made object is designed to fail. So we're going to have some people that know how to repair those charging stations. And also, if we're going to get buses, trash trucks, we got to have people in line to fix those up. or they're gonna end up looking at those truck, like those trash trucks sitting up there not doing anything.
Yeah.
There's nobody available to repair those.
So, that is the CPOG grant, and that one, the Gray Snow, they actually have a training facility down in Denver that we would be going to. They have different types of batteries set up, they have, different types of like microgrids set up, so you go in there and you train on that system, or whatever type of system we have, like if we have wind, solar, and battery, for the EV charging stations, they actually have the charging stations there that we would go in there and they'll show us how to do the maintenance on it, show us how to troubleshoot it, and there is also, I think on those battery stations themselves, I think it's a 30-year warranty on them. So if something does happen, they'd still send
Okay.
text.
I gotta be assured by the presenter so I could support the Wiate people. I am not gonna support anything that's got maybe or hopeful.
No.
I wanna be assured that this system is gonna work and it's not gonna be something that we build and then it's gonna sit there idle because nobody knows how to repair it.
Yep,
Thank you.
I totally agree, thank you.
So, Bob, these charging stations, they're gonna be some big batteries, and it's the new kind of batteries. It's not the batteries that are bad for the environment. These are the new style batteries, and they're expensive, but they can be big batteries, and batteries are gonna be charged by a combination of wind and solar. So there's not gonna take any energy off the lines. Wind and solar is gonna charge those batteries, and those batteries will be big enough to generate recharges 24 hours a day. So it's very simple. The only thing that has a lot of moving parts is the wind part of it. Everything else is hardly any moving parts, so the maintenance should be relatively easy.
Yeah.
And both of these grants have a lot of money in there for training and to hire people to maintain these systems. The only thing that I haven't seen yet is and we've talked about it, but I haven't seen it in a budget yet, is to hire some kind of a mechanic up at our transportation that knows how to work on these. That's one thing I haven't seen, but it needs to be in there.
And also with those batteries too, if the grid, if something's going down like the brownout or the blackout, or when we had to turn the generators on, those batteries can feed back into the grid and fill the grid up. So we can have more power when we need it. During peak power times during the winter, peak power times during the summer, so we shouldn't have to be on the list to turn our power off.
If my car battery dies, I can lose it.
Because it never died.
Got a question? Go ahead, Mike.
What are these batteries going to cost potentially, these storage batteries? This storage battery?
Around 30,000. It depends.
Yeah. Well, I asked that question because of batteries don't last forever. Eventually, they have to be replaced. That's one of the cons against an electric car is that you have to replace the batteries, and that gets awfully expensive. And by this point, RESCO will have to pay for the replacement of those batteries, and you'll have to have that income from somewhere.
And again, Mike, this is
The grant funds at that point are going to be used up, so.
and again, Mike, this is an income generating project.
Right, I understand that.
So like you got an electric car, whatever, and when they go to this place, instead of going to the gas pump, they're gonna plug it in there, and there's a meter that's gonna charge them $15, $20, whatever it costs to charge it up. So it's income generated, and that's what we use for replacement and to maintain.
When will these charging stations come online?
We're hoping a year from now.
How much?
We're hoping a year from now.
A year from now. Okay.
1 year from now is what we're hoping for.
And they're going to be located along the line of public transportation, I assume.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but there's one at the casino. There's gonna be one here in Rosebud up here by the maintenance up here by the transportation.
Okay, there already is.
Not this kind of a charger.
This is a fast DC charger.
Well, I understand that, yeah.
Yeah, there'll be one there. Then I think there's gonna be one in Mission. And where else?
St. Francis.
St. Francis and Parmalee.
Of course, I in addition to the good part of it, I always look at the,
Yeah.
worst case scenario with thing, with the, electric vehicles, that development sort of thing is kind of on the back table for the Trump administration. Of course, Tesla is still turning out electric cars, but if the Trump administration does away with federal tax credits toward the purchase of electric cars and stuff, we don't know that is going to happen. I don't know whether or not Musk is going to be able to influence that, But electric cars may, without that tax credit, cars may get so expensive that don't be a hell of a lot of people buying them. Less customers to utilize these charging stations. Let alone our people.
We do know the answer.
Yeah, well, that this money was applied for.
I know it's kind of a crapshoot. Every economic development investment is.
And,
I just hope we did our due diligence.
I got you, Sherry?
You done?
Yeah, I'm done, sorry.
No, you're fine. Motion for emergency legislation.
Have a second?
There's a lot of amendments, Nicole, so just be ready.
Question? Bill, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Okay, so this has 16
pages.
Whereas, so I'm gonna strike.
I'm sorry, I need to make a resolution.
No, that's okay.
We need to finish the count.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
11.
11. Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Okay.
Now I need a second on Sherry.
Motion to approve.
108.
108.
Need a second.
I need a second. Mike Bolts?
I assume we're still on the master service agreement, right?
That's done under FESCO.
Well, that's now where are we now?
FESCO.
I'm gonna strike the 6th whereas. The 7th whereas, change that $10,000 to $25,000. And I want to strike the 11th whereas, the 12th whereas, the 13th whereas, the 15th whereas.
11, 12, 15.
11, 12, 13, 15.
11, 12, 13, 15.
Yep.
All of that make note to the waivers of sovereignty. Let's start at the 8th whereas. Whereas the United States Department of Interior Bureau of Indian Affairs, Office of Secretary Assistant, the BIA Office of Indian Economic Development Tribal Electrification Program, TEP, has selected the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's electrification proposal for the funding amount of, sorry, $11,850,000. Whereas, which is awesome, by the way. Whereas the ResCo Board of Directors has recommended the Rosebud Sioux Tribe selected design, build, construction, and installation agreement proposed by FESCO Energy LLC, a Delaware corporation agreement for the design, engineering, procurement, construction, and installation of the identified microgrid system and distribution system for the new housing and commercial development serving the Keowakpala community in the amount of $10,190,529 on a sole source basis due to the unique construction and specialized expertise, knowledge, and experience in the design. And whereas pursuant to the terms of the agreement, the tribe must agree to certain dispute provisions.
That means we're waiving some immunity only.
Sorry, I might have missed one that I'm going to strike. Shall be submitted to mediation by third-party mediator agreed upon by parties. Okay, that's because that says agreed upon by parties, and it's just mediation. I'll leave that one in there. The parties agree to participate in the mediation process in good faith. The process shall be conducted on a confidential basis and be completed within 120 days. Down to the 14th, whereas it be further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopts and approves the recommendation of the ResCo Board of Directors and approves the selection of the design, build, construction, and installation amendment proposed by FESCO Energy LLC, a Delaware corporation, attached and incorporated by this reference. And be it further resolved, the Tribal Council of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe delegates authority to the tribal president or her authorized delegate to execute the grant application on behalf of the tribe. It's how I'm used to reading like those because I try to say what's not being read. Making my own words up.
That shouldn't say grant application, that should say the contract, right?
Oh, let's just say.
To execute the contract.
Yeah.
Good catch. Sorry, I was getting so caught up.
And then also in that, whereas we're talking about sole source, that isn't necessarily true because this was advertised.
Okay, yeah.
So it's not a sole source basis, it's advertised.
So I'm gonna strike that.
Yeah. It was advertised and this firm was selected by the board.
Okay.
Eric, Mike.
Good afternoon, Council. One of the changes I was going to recommend for this one is if there is a waiver of immunity, it should be limited to the enforcement of the terms, and that the obligation to pay should be limited based on the availability of the grant. Based on administrations, presidential administration somewhere in Kirksville. One day, we want to end up in arbitration or whatever and have to pay that out of a different source.
Thank you. So, with that being said, I did strike all those waivers out, and with the assumption that, Madam President will work with you before signing.
Yeah, it still needs to be limited to the availability of grants.
And that's my fault. If we would have had a committee meeting, we could have went over all of this.
Mike, did you have a question?
Yes, I did. First of all, in reaction to what Eric just commented on and whatnot, I'm not in favor of voting for anything that isn't in the finalized version in front of me. Okay, and then second, but first of all, the main reason I raised my hand is if we created ResCo to be the entity that is going to manage this project and develop it, why is the construction project between ResCo and the Rosebud Sioux Tribe?
Because the grant is with the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. That's who the grant is with. ResCo is not in a position to act on their own yet. I mean, they don't have any of their accounting procedures and nothing, so they can't administer this without the tribe. So that's why we have this master services. Grant is given to the tribe. Tribe is contracting.
Okay, so given that, okay, yeah, I can see that. I think it's not duck, but so given that, what protects us? Given that ResCo is responsible for who's responsible for the design, build, construction, and installation agreement primarily? Who's going to be responsible for? Who's going to watch? Who's going to watch?
The tribe is ultimately responsible because the grant's in
I
their name.
understand that way, but who's going to be our watch?
ResCo.
But they don't have a liability interest in this at this point under this agreement.
Other than this master services agreement, that contract they have with the tribe to do this.
Yeah. Again, I understand that, this is a little bit unusual, and that's why I'm concerned. Our history in this big construction project thing is not very good.
Yeah.
This is kind of an unusual arrangement, you know. I mean, it would make more sense to me if, you know, if Resco would be responsible for design construction and we'd just be the pass-through, you know, money handler.
If,
I mean, that's the insulation between any liability, you know, for this project between the tribe and, you know.
yeah, that's, to me, that's the whole purpose of having Resco. But they're not there yet, Mike. I don't know how, I don't know how to say it.
They're not there yet. So we're on the hook to some extent. And I gotta ask these questions, you know.
I mean,
I don't like being the Debbie Downer here.
And no, you're fine, Mike, but the best way that this should have been done is Resco should have been a standalone.
Let's say if Redco was doing this, you know, Redco would be, you know.
Right. But Resco has all their policies in place. They have their own insurances. They have all this stuff already. And these guys don't.
I'm not saying, I'm just saying that, you know, it would be more, I'd be more comfortable if we were at
Yes.
a point where a corporation as being established and whatnot, if it was like Redco, you know what I mean?
That's.
You know, as to an organization that is, you know, just getting off the feet, you know. And again, I understand, you know, why it has to be that way, but I mean, this is a big deal and
Big project.
a lot of money, and this is a thick document, you know. And you're asking us to take a leap of faith here.
Mike, if
You're not, but I mean
if the council is not comfortable in doing this, at least take it home and read it, and then let us come back on the
Well,
28th.
this is just my opinion.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
I tend to be pretty cautious these days after everything I've seen.
yeah, I mean, if that's what you want to do, I'd recommend that you finish listening to her presentation so that you know what's going on. And then you can refer these back to the committee next Tuesday. And at that point, then we can either do a petition resolution or we could wait till the 28th.
And I would also like to be a little more advised as to, you know, given this kind of arrangement, as to our legal responsibilities and liability potentially. I guess that would be Eric's job.
And it's no different than what we do with the white buffalo calf. And it's no different than what we do with the white buffalo calf.
It's still, it's dork.
It's no different than what we do with the white buffalo calf funding. Same thing. The grant goes to the tribe and we just contract with them to administer it.
Right.
And
Buffalo calf,
and
size-wise, is minuscule compared to this project, you know, in terms of.
but Mike, it's the same concept as what we do with the school. Those grants that go to St. Francis School,
Right.
those are the contractors between the federal government and the Rosebud Sioux
Like, for
tribe.
instance, when they built their new school up there, we weren't involved in that.
Yes, sir, we had to approve everything.
We had to be, had to be,
Those
party
bill,
that contracted with whoever did the building.
you have to understand, the contract is with the tribe, not St. Francis School Board. So all those approvals have to come from this body.
Right, but the St. Francis School Board dealt with the contract.
Yeah, and these guys here are gonna deal with the contract.
That's why we have the board in place. That's why I was hired. I've been working with contractors for the last 6 to 7 years with the Army Corps of Engineers, building transmission, transformers, spillways,
I understand that we have to give our approval for the project, but to actually be the one that deal, this contract says that we have to deal with the contractor directly. The tribe does, at least in my mind it does.
No,
I don't recall where we had to do that with any new
No,
construction, I think perhaps it did.
no. And if you're uncomfortable with that, I think Eric can probably take some of that language out.
I'm
But,
just trying to get it, you know,
But all these agreements and stuff have to come through this body because that's who the funding agency contracts with, is this body. And then we're just delegating that to RESCO to administer. Same as we're doing with the St. Francis School. The only difference is St. Francis School is able to stand up by itself and can handle their own funds and stuff. These guys can't yet.
Right, but in that example, if there was a problem in the construction phase of it, the school board had to deal with it, and they were the ones that had to deal with it, but didn't come back on us, the tribe.
I don't know.
I don't believe the tribe was exposed then.
Okay. Fine.
And again, I know we're responsible for the contract and the funds, but the actual construction of the facilities, that's where I got a problem with we're delegating that authority to somebody else, basically. But yet we're the ones that are, we're a principal.
Well,
I guess I just feel a lot better if I heard more from Eric in terms of,
I'll take it back to committee. Yeah, I'll take it back to committee and bring it back on the 28th.
Yeah.
If you guys are comfortable with that.
Sure.
We don't have a.
Yeah, go ahead, sure.
I will rescind my motion for approval of, would it keep the number?
Yeah, just table it.
Just table it? Okay, so a motion to table it until the 28th, after it goes through committee. And what do you think about these other ones too?
The GS3 has a different type of contract that doesn't have no limited waivers of our, sovereign.
This is the main one we need. Just so you guys know too, this is the main one we need, FESCO. They're the one that's gonna be training people and purchasing and doing all of that,
That's the
so.
one that's gonna have the audit on it too as well.
Yeah,
which one is that?
this FESCO resolution.
The table one, on the table.
Best goal.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
the one we're
well, that's what we're
discussing.
talking about, yeah.
Yes, yes.
Well, what about this other one, Grey Goose? Why can't we do that?
Well, I was gonna ask the
It's
committee,
contingent on
the council,
project, isn't it?
do you guys want me to take these all back to committee on the 20th and bring them all back on the 28th?
Yeah, and it's all done properly.
Yeah, so Eric.
Myself, I'm not saying that, I'm just saying this construction, design, build, construction.
You're stopping the most important one, Mike.
It is quite a bit.
It's the most complicated.
Yeah.
I would like to understand.
Need a second on her motion to table. Bill. Votes? Are you done, Chair?
Yeah.
Votes?
That's why it is very, very important for us to have our committee meetings. So with this stuff being tabled, make sure y'all take it home and read up on it. So when we come back, or call if we have any questions. So that way, when it comes to this floor, we're ready to approve it and move it on as, whatever we need to. But Chair, you already, apologized, but, just for everybody else, make sure that we get our committee meetings going so we can review all this stuff. Because this is really important, and that's why sometimes it gets time consuming, and we do bring it on as emergency because we don't meet. And this is once in a lifetime thing here, Michael Bull.
No, I
We need
understand.
this because we wanna, Cherry Todd's taking it to us right now with prices and increasing. So we need to start making sure that we're taking care of our own people
Right.
10 years down the road, our generations to come have the opportunity to live in a good way. So thank you.
There's a tabling motion and that we can't debate, so I'll call for the question. Lila? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Sherry, then Mike, then Lila. Lila, Sherry, and Mike.
Not too long. I just want to thank you guys for coming. And I know, Jamie, you work very hard. She's always at work. in her office. You know, I know she works very hard, so I just want to say I appreciate that. We'll get there. Thank you.
Share the mic.
I just want to make a motion to amend the resolution for Jamie's contract to extend it for 2 months. And then for her to take that contract to the board with a recommendation of a longer duration of a contract. to bring back to council.
There's a motion on the floor to deal with Jamie's contract, to extend it by 2 months and then bring back a longer-term contract. Second by Totes. Question by Mike. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Thank you. Michael?
Again, thank you. Yeah, I believe this all, we're at this juncture now because of the initial years ago negotiation with WAPA over our entitlement to energy coming off the Missouri River. Correct, Wayne?
Correct.
So I was here when this started, so I understand the importance of it. You know, so again, I'm not trying to, be a Debbie Downer here. This is a big deal.
Yeah.
Look, I just want to make sure I understand this. The T's are all crossed and the I's are all dotted.
Yeah.
And I'll make a suggestion that the Economic Development Committee is going to meet on the 20th. So I would encourage anybody to be there. You guys, everybody should be there to talk about this, so we can get it all ironed out and bring it back on the 28th. Thanks, Council.
And in the meantime, Eric, could you get all these to Eric? Yeah. Okay. Great snow, spectacular, and, okay.
I'll give mine back to you, so I don't get mine confused.
Oh, yeah.
Is there anything else you need to talk about, Jamie, anything?
No, all right, that won't be necessary if we're doing it in 2 months, so.
We can.
I want us to give you back. Send them back.
Send back, yeah.
We'll take them.
Yeah, I'll take
We'll
one.
probably- We'll probably revamp them at committee.
Okay. I'll just, yeah, take a look at it. We'll just have- yeah.
Yep, one. Thank you. Thank you. I know. Should I get the floor?
Sure.
Okay. I want to make a motion that for a council donation for $1,000 out of the council donation line item to the elder games, that are being held on Saturday.
There's a motion on the floor to allocate $1,000 to council donations for all games this Friday. Second by Marion and
Can it be higher?
by Totes. All in favor?
That's all.
All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Thank you, council. And then also, during the Elder Games, the council is going to give a quilt in honor of Chris Horvath, who passed away, who ran the Elder Games for years. So I just wanted to let you guys know that, and to share with your community members that Foster Canoyer is going to be doing a feed for the elders that he does every year, May 23rd. It's going to be at Bishop Jones and Mission, and it's at 5:00 p.m. So Bishop Jones, 5:00, elder feed on the 23rd. And then I have one more motion that I wanted to make. So I got an email from the Forestry Department, the U.S. Forestry Department, and they have a pilot program that they're going to start. And what I was told is they have 500 cords of wood in Nensel, South Dakota. It's all pine, and it can be used for private consumption for tribal members. We just need to authorize that we're gonna do that and designate probably the tribal president's office to coordinate that. This is for individual permittee use. We'll just have to direct our people to go sign up with the tribal president's office. From there, she will forward their name on to the U.S. Forest Department, and then they'll issue the permit, get with their ranger, and they can just go pick up however many cords of wood that they want in Menzel, Nebraska. Is it?
You mean tribal members can?
Tribal members can. And we really wanted to make a big push since it's Sundance season, that the Hochokas go and get their firewood there. So I just wanted to make a motion that the tribe, that we designate the president's office to coordinate that effort.
And this, it's in the Forest Service that's south of here in Nebraska.
Okay. I'll second the motion.
A motion by Sherry, a second by Mike, and a question by Toads.
Already cut, Chair?
Yes, it's already cut. I don't think it's split, but it's cut.
Yeah.
I think it's cut into links.
Yeah.
All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Royal?
Thank you, Council.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, no. Make a motion that, is, early pay for, tribal employees, due to elderly games and Memorial Day, four-day weekend. I was asked to put that motion on the floor.
Seconds.
I have a motion by Royal, a second by Lila to have early pay, so when do you want it to, for like next Thursday? 23rd. Okay. Is there a question? Question by Joe. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
Well, also, as I talked to Wayne, and there's some students, tribal members that are making a trip to New Zealand, and there's money. I asked Wayne where we can take that money to give these students a stipend while they make their trip. And New Zealand, the Maori tribe has invited these students to come over and see their tribal lands, and the plane tickets and everything has been paid for. They just need that stipend for things that they may need before their trip. I got a letter here. So I'm requesting this donation from the students to Swetcha, Way, Spotted Tail, Amanda Tuigo, and Maya Roach Melandro.
3 of them?
3 of them.
And how much you gonna give them?
Well, here's the letter that I got.
Down here?
Wow.
This letter is asking for a $500 stipend for these 3 individuals for personal needs on their trip to New Zealand. And they're all 3 are tribal members. And if you're gonna do it, it'll probably come out of tribal council youth donation.
The piece or?
500 apiece with Raskin.
I'll make that motion to help these students while they make their trip to New Zealand, the Maori tribe.
It's just 3.
3 of them. Post motion?
Second.
Second by Lala. Question? Oh, you already read the motion.
Yeah.
sorry.
Second question.
Second. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Before I turn it back over to Kathy, there's a whole bunch of executive orders I want to sign. Is that okay?
Did we get a raise? Just kidding.
Hey, that's cool, Trump.
But before you leave, a couple of things. One, the water resources has a resolution in it for some trucks. Budget finance approved it, but it needs to get approved this week. Good. During the act.
Zoom too.
For
For Thunder Valley.
Thunder Valley?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's on Zoom right now. She was next to mine.
Okay. While we're doing with Emily, you want to pass it? Yeah.
Are they in here?
Yeah, they're in there.
Okay.
Emily?
Emmy, are you there?
Yes.
Is somebody back
Hello.
there, Tots? Oh, there she is.
Hello, Sherry, thank you for
Hold on, we
inviting.
need to get the volume up.
Okay.
Testing.
All right, yeah.
Can you hear me?
Hello, can you
You
say
hear me?
something? Nope,
Hello.
we can't hear her.
Hi. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. I'm a pretend Oglala now. I'm just gonna say ridiculous things until you can hear
Sign
me.
language to you. We can't.
I don't speak enough sign language for that to be helpful.
Still can't hear her.
I mean, hello. Just hanging out.
Who broke the sound?
Maybe the Lord can work at once.
Jeez,
Can you hear me? Still nothing. Hello.
You have to amend your motion because there's no work on the 23rd. You're in, what is it, 4?
No, the checks will be on.
We coats.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. No, we're 22nd. All right, never mind.
Thank you.
The operation was really paid.
Still can't hear her.
Hello.
You did it. See?
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Yep, she can hear us.
Roy, Royal.
No, we
How
can
about that one that you
barely hear her.
Donation? No, I heard.
Yell at you? Hello.
All right.
There you go. Yay.
Working? Okay.
Yep, we're good.
So thank you, Sherry, for helping us to come meet with the council today. I've also invited our Director of School Design and Curriculum to join me for our presentation. Did you all receive the letter that we wrote about what I'm discussing today?
No.
No? Okay. So I'll talk through it. I think I know most of you. I'm Emmy Hermione Horses. I am Randy Hermione Horses and Dr. Lucy Rifle's daughter. I currently live in Pine Ridge with my husband, and I'm the director of Lakota Language and Education at Thunder Valley CDC. We've requested to present today to talk about our 4th annual Elder Retreat that we'll be hosting later this year in Deadwood. And I'm gonna ask Shantae to introduce herself and then share a little bit about what the Elder Retreat is, and then we'll come back and let you know what we're asking for from you all.
I'm Betsy Washday. There I am. I can see myself through the camera here. So I'm like, let me see if I pop up. I'm Betsy Washday Madakyapi, Dona Yahipi Kiiha, Chante Washday Nape Chujapi. Good day, everyone. My name is Shantae Jones. My Lakota name is Red Road Woman. I am Okalala from Pine Ridge. I come from the Blue Horse, Puyer, and Jones families in the Thunder Valley community. Whew, I'm a little nervous talking to Rosebud. So give me some grace.
Yes, we're nice. We're nice. Well, I'm nice.
Yay, I'm glad. Someone's nice enough, that's all I need. I am the Director of School Design and Curriculum within the Lakota Language and Education Initiative at Thunder Valley. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I thought I heard somebody say something. So just for a little bit of background, and as you all know, for over 120 years, Western Eurocentric mainstream education has continued to fail our Lakota children. And at Thunder Valley in LLE, it is our hope to reclaim Lakota educational sovereignty by building a system that's deeply rooted in our language, lifeways, and worldview. So a lot of my work is that school design, but also the curriculum, and a large part of that stems directly from our annual elder retreats. At these elder retreats, through a small, large group sessions that incorporate multiple modes of expression. So there's singing, there's speaking, there's writing, there's journaling, storytelling, as well as individual reflection. The elders engage in a process that centers our Lakota ways of knowing, understanding, and thinking. Each day we place, just to give you like a view of what it looks like in there, it's a whole week long. Each day we place the men and women in separate rooms all day long. This allows space for them to comfortably reflect back on key milestones throughout their lives, highlighting history, philosophy, and perspectives. These sessions are intentionally designed over the last 3 years. They have been designed by me. The most recent year, we brought in a team of people to kind of build it out further and meet the needs of all of the community members. But these sessions are intentionally designed to pull all of those beautiful stories from some of the most cherished people in our community, which are the elders. So just to give you a little bit of background, for example, in the first year on day one, the very first session, we asked all of the elders to think back to when they were 5 years old. And we asked them very simple things. Where are you? Who are you with? And what did you love? And at first they all kind of laughed at me and they're wondering, why is she asking us to talk about our 5-year-old selves? And some of them laughed at me thinking that was a crazy thing to remember and think back to. But the idea behind this was to then allow them to introduce themselves as if they were 5 years old. Because a lot of elders in that space know each other very well in their lives today, but many of them don't know each other as if they were 5 years old. So this just challenged them to think back to those key moments throughout their life. And then that whole first day we spent on just 0 to 5 years of age. The next day was 6 to 9. The next day was 9 to 12. The next day was 13 to 18, so on and so forth. And the idea behind this is to pull those very key milestones, find out what teachings were happening at the different points in their life, to then reflect that into our curriculum. So at some point, whenever we reach the point of recreating our own standards, and I do the air quotes because at some point we'd like to reimagine education completely, even the words of standards and curriculum, because we're realizing Lakota thought, philosophy, and worldview is our way of life. And so we try not to view it that way. And we're noticing this big thing happening in Indigenous education across the nation, where all of these different programs are implementing very similar things that we are doing, following the spiritual calendar, increasing language through our teachers and our children. Earlier in the session, I heard a lady speak about being at the kindergarten graduation and they all sang their language. And that is the idea here. To hopefully one day pull all of these data and on the data from these elder retreats and honoring their lived experiences to then making it an educational framework that can be scalable across nations. And then my last key point that I really want to hit on that makes it super valuable is my favorite session of every single year is the very last session. Before everybody goes home after a week of being with each other and us catering to them and taking care of them in the best way possible, we ask the elders to journal. Mind you, it's very important. We gifted them journals on year one. We collect them at the end, and every single year they return, we give those journals back. So they're writing in that same exact journal. They're reflecting on the things they talked about the year before, and then how we're going to move forward with this curriculum development. But back to my favorite session, the last session. So I'm thinking back to year one. When planning this, I had no idea what to expect. I didn't know what was going to come from these elder retreats. All I knew is all of our elders are viewed as like walking libraries, and everybody has so much to offer, and there's elders everywhere that a lot of times they're not honored in the way they should be. So I didn't know what was going to come from it, but on that last session, I gave them 2 journal prompts that they could choose from. The first journal prompt was, imagine far into the future, your great-grandchildren finds a letter tucked away in a drawer. What would you like the letter to say? What teachings, words of encouragement, and love would you like to share? Option 2, letter to the grandparent list. Imagine your letter is gifted to a child in a classroom who does not have any grandparents to turn to. What teachings, words of encouragement, and love would you like to share? And these were just open-ended. Like I said, I had no idea what was going to come from this, but realizing after that elder retreat, that became an incredibly emotional session. And some of you may know who Unshi Jace Decore is. She attended our elder retreat that very first year, and just 2 short weeks later, she made her journey home. And sorry, this is the part where I feel a little emotional about this work, but we were able to then gift that letter along with all of her journal entries and the stories back to her family, where her grandchildren later then received that exact letter that she wrote. And I remember I was going to present the school design down in New Mexico the day she had passed and finding this out. And that's like the main focus. And that's where this highlighted, okay, there was a purpose. Though I didn't know what was coming from these elder retreats, it highlighted the importance and the urgency of this work and realizing there's a critical need to gather and honor their lives while we still have them here. And that's all that we hope to come from these elder retreats. They've been shared. It's just an opportunity really for them to share their experiences and insights that will hopefully serve as the foundation of developing an educational framework that then becomes the heart of Lakota education. Like I said, is hoped to be scalable across nations, different tribal entities, and even across the world. Emmy and I had gone to New Zealand earlier last year, where we were able to share our school design as well, and just seeing the overlap and the connection with immersion work as well as school designs and how we create better space for our Indigenous children has been the heart of all of our work. And yeah, that's where I'll stop because Emmy just brought me here to share with what elder retreats are, and then she'll go into the details of the vision here. So go ahead, Emmy.
Thank you, Shantae. So we are coming to you as, I know we're located in Pine Ridge. Most of our students are Oglala. Most of our staff are Oglala. But something that we have been thinking extensively about and trying to determine how to ensure the transmission of knowledge from as many elders and as many communities as possible to be able to share that with our current students, but also generations down the line. That story Shantae shared about Jace Decore is, I think, one of the most important pieces of the urgency of this work, because we are constantly, slowly, then quickly, then it seems like we lose so many elders all at once, that we see a need for connecting with as many elders as possible. In the past, the way that we have identified elders has been by having a few elder advisors that work with us at Thunder Valley, making a list and identifying who is invited to these retreats. As we've been thinking about that, we have recognized that there are a lot of elders, speakers, knowledge keepers in different communities that may not have a Western education and may not be publicly sharing all of this knowledge, but are people that we need to be talking with. They are people that have knowledge that we need to ensure that our children and future generations of children have access to that knowledge. And so we came up with this proposal that we are taking to all of the Lakota tribes throughout the state, as well as other Lakota serving organizations, to see if there are organizations and nations who want to not only sponsor an elder to attend the event, that they feel is carrying knowledge that is so important for us to maintain, but also to recommend those elders that we may not be connecting with. In previous elder retreats, I think this last year we had 4 Sioux elders on our list, and we had others that we had invited who were not able to attend. But we want to ensure that we are connecting with knowledge keepers across all of our nations to invite them to be a part of this event so that we can ensure the continuation of that knowledge into future generations of our families. And I think another piece of that is to also, we haven't reached to this point yet because we're trying to connect all of the data that we have now from the knowledge that has been shared, but moving into the future, determining how we then disseminate this knowledge and share these teachings that have been shared with us with other schools, such as the immersion school with Sichahuko, such as the immersion school at Machbialuta. The public schools, if it's knowledge that they would be interested in learning from, to share with their students and their families, trying to find a way to navigate and share this knowledge, because working in immersion work, working in language work, we're all constantly recreating the exact same things that we're doing at other schools. So another part of our work, and this is beyond Elder Retreat, but another part of our work is also working together to build a collective force where we can all put our adult feelings and considerations aside in order to center our children. And so all of this work that we're doing with Elder Retreat and beyond is really trying to find this connection so that all of our children can prosper and ensure that they have access to our language, our histories, our ceremonial knowledge, our community knowledge, our ecological knowledge, everything that is a part of us being Lakota. So I'm going to stop there and see if anyone has any questions right now.
Oh, thank you. My name is Ben Blackbird III. I'm Two-Strike Council Representative. I'm not sure if you heard either. Also this morning too, we had our elder, I guess they did a survey on our elders throughout here in Rosebud, on the Rosebud. And there was a lot of concerns about the elderly abuse, things to that effect. I just got your, we just got your letter and then your requests and stuff too. So I was kind of looking at that. But, I guess for me, with our elders, I always tell some of our kids that, like my parents, when they grew up, when they were growing up, there was no roads. It was all dirt, wagons, things to that effect. So it's really informational for them to know their grandparents and things to that effect. So trying to get that information about what used to be, how it used to be, look at this has changed a lot. I guess the other thing is getting to know some of the elders that remember things in the past. I work for the St. Francis Mission up there. They have the museum, Bucco Memorial Museum. And my dad, he used to go around, well, I don't know if he still does or not, but he would take some people that would come up to want to do the museum, wanted to view the museum. So he would show them the museum as he went in, and I myself never thought this until I was with him while he was doing a tour of one of these people or this group that would come in. They have in the museum these what they call moccasins, bunch of moccasins just sitting around in a display. And I mean, for me, not knowing, being a younger generation person too, not understanding as much, I said, gee, why do they have all those moccasins in there? And it's kind of weird, but he had a story to that, saying that each individual family had their way of doing that moccasin in a certain way, and that's why they're all displayed. So the people who got that information was basically from other places, New York City and all that type of stuff. So so I always think that it's valuable information when we're able to let our elders see that type of work like at Bucco. So I kind of concerned when I was reading your letter here saying that you have this retreat over in Deadwood. I'm not sure most of our elders that would go to Deadwood or even be able to travel that far to Deadwood. But I would like to see, maybe if you guys are open to it, to come here to Rosebud to be able to get some of our elders to possibly, go in that direction and maybe get some stories off of that. I did buy my dad a book. It's like a journal, but it was something that he would remember when he was a kid, or and it's kind of tough because I think even for me sometimes, sitting down and saying, what do you think about this? Kind of pressured into trying to think of something right away. But when our elders are in their normal realm of just talking, they're able to bring up a lot of stories. Like today we had some honorings here, and she was able to bring up a lot of stories. She got comfortable, with a lot of the stuff that she's been through, the trauma that she's been in. So, I guess that's something I would like to see. I mean, I know you guys are doing great things over there. It's great. I'm glad you guys came here to do a lot of this stuff, but I also would like to see something to that effect anyways. But I don't know what any of our elders that gone over there from Rosebud to your area to try to go be a part of this. I don't know how many maybe applied or if you guys are still looking for that, but that's just what I would probably want to maybe see, I guess, too, something like that. Just for my own thoughts on it. But it is a good opportunity. So it is a good opportunity to hear this, that you guys are looking towards our elders to get more knowledge and understanding and information on stuff. So, but those are just my questions, I guess, about that. I don't know what your reflect on it would be, but that's what I would like to see here on Rosebud also too. So if you guys are able to come this way, that would be a great opportunity. Thank you.
So I think I heard two questions. The first question, or two questions I know how to answer, maybe. The first question is around like getting the elders talking. That's truly how Shantae's plans the retreat, is that there's a very open-ended question or like talk about this at your table. And so it's that elder with a group of elders. And so they're all just kind of sharing their experiences around that topic. And so we do hear stories coming out naturally in conversation between elders. So it's not like sitting down and just recording them, but really thoughtfully and intentionally planning out how we get them to engage with each other as well, because then one person's story or knowledge may recall something in another person's memory. And so then we're truly hearing this happen, hearing these stories shared in a true and authentic fashion, even though we have like planned topics and subjects that we do want them to discuss. That's not always exactly how it happens. But everything that has been shared has been valuable in some way to support the development of resources for our children and our teachers and our families. The second thing I heard was about elders that have come from Rosebud. We invited Phil Tuigo, but he wasn't able to come this year. He has been a part of some of our conversations with our elder advisory group. And then we had invited Lydia Whirlwind Soldier, but she was not able to attend because she had another commitment at the time. Had invited Pat Badhand. I don't recall why he wasn't able to make it. And then who are the sisters, Shantae? What are their names? Red Bear. I can't remember their names. But we had invited both of them and they were there this year. And so like we know some of those people are very comfortable standing up and sharing knowledge publicly and others are not. And that's one of the reasons why we are kind of making this request, is to make sure that we are speaking with and inviting elders to be a part of this, who are also the people who sit at home and someone comes by and visits with them and they share knowledge, but they might not be comfortable standing up in front of a room and sharing that knowledge. And we want those people too. We want people from a grassroots community, not just people who feel comfortable standing up and being teachers or representing our various teachings in like a seminar or something, or in a museum. So really thinking about the ways in which we engage with those individuals.
I'd like to add one quick thing too in terms of location. It was the vision when this initially started. It was Ogallala elders who came to us and asked to help guide them in curriculum discussion, because they felt every time they're gathered, a lot of disagreements happen and it doesn't ever feel like an effective or productive conversation. So they truly just wanted some guidance on that. And then this ended up through all the planning and processing turned into something really beautiful and a little different than what they had envisioned as well, which also is important to note that every decision made about these elder retreats, it had never been just my own or Emmy's or anybody's but the elders. And so we moved forward based off what they've always wanted. So initially the plan was to go to each different community. So we made it to 48. After 48, the plan was to go to Rosebud, but we've come across many challenges of, what is the word? Like being able to make sure there's enough space for everybody to stay, and then meeting rooms. I know we went and visited the casino there to see if we can all stay. I think we are a couple rooms short, but then we also came against the commute because there wasn't a big enough meeting space for the men. There was potentially the women, but then the men, we wouldn't have a big enough meeting space. So there was the college, but that's like a small commute. And then we are worried about those that are in wheelchairs and how are we going to ensure that we can get them to the place safely. And so it has been the vision to go to these different communities, but then it's been a struggle of finding the places to stay and then making sure that there's meeting rooms that are like
We have a
able
question.
to follow. Yeah.
We have a question for Representative Sherry Wright.
Hello, thank you. How do you select which elders are gonna go and how many would you be selecting from Rosebud?
So we do have a grant that pays for part of the funding for this, but we have had to cap the number of elders that we are able to invite each year because of the restriction in funding. So I think there are two pieces to our request. One is that request for like nominations maybe of elders. And then the second piece would be is if there is funding from the tribe that could sponsor individuals, that could be specific identification of those elders from you all as tribal council or from different communities that you want to see at this event. I think we have had to cap it at, it's either 40 or 50 for the number of elders that we can invite. We do prioritize re-inviting elders who have attended in the past. And then we look back at the list of the other elders that we have invited, which again, we have invited, I think it may have been more than that as well. I think there may have been 10 people from Rosebud that we wanted to come, but just weren't able to. Where we're looking to extend that, but we do have financial limitations in the number of people that we are able to pay for at the event.
Oh, that's fine. I figured that there would be, I just wanted to know how many from Rosebud would you all be selecting? Is the 40, is that for all the tribes?
Yes.
Okay.
But if Rosebud were to be able to sponsor the cost of an elder, we can extend that. And that's one of the reasons why we're in Deadwood this year, is that we know we can meet the needs of extending the number of elders that are a part of the elder retreat. And so I think we could book like 70 rooms or something at that hotel, and then our staff can go stay at another hotel like right next door if we would need to. Where if Rosebud said we want to send 15 elders to this, these are the 15 elders we're going to send, we would find a way to accommodate that.
Next question. Budget and Finance Committee, do you guys want to come back with a recommendation for us on how many elders we could send, or do you want to decide on something today, or?
Well, I could give you an off the cuff amount, our number.
Okay.
4 or 5.
Okay.
We could probably handle.
5? Which one? 4 or
5? Well, yeah. 5, we could probably do 5.
Okay. So I'll make a motion for the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council donation to sponsor 5 elders for the elder retreat.
Now, I say that, if
I could, Sharon.
Yes.
If I say that from, I checked the balance of our funding the other day and it was at, we got enough funding to, if we donate $1,000 a day for any cause, from now until the end of the fiscal year, that money we have now will cover that. Anything more than that, you know, council donation line item will deplete quicker.
Should we do-
And keep in mind that when I say $1,000 a week, I mean, that's to handle medical requests, emergencies, that sort of thing, which we really stopped doing currently, but if we get back into it, you know, we're gonna have to have some limits, otherwise we're gonna run out of money.
Okay,
So this will have an impact on that.
yeah.
Now, speaking with Maine, with Money Guy up there, you know, maybe there's some dollars in that bubblehead up there that he has back, you know.
I got.
Change it to 4.
I was gonna say, last, they said they asked 2 and they couldn't make it. So I was just wondering if they had like, you know, if there's any other, because I know she said they invited 2 to 3 people, but they had schedule conflicting, so.
Can I,
Well, if they don't make it, we don't pay-
Maybe it
we
should
don't
be
have to
hours
pay.
that don't work.
See, that's what I'm
That's
saying.
everybody she mentioned works.
can I answer something? Our funding would maintain the elders that have attended in the past. So we would continue to fund those elders. I think what we would really like to see is if you had recommendations for however many elders, if this were to get approved, however many elders you would like to sponsor, to be able to help identify those elders so that it's not us making those decisions. It is my firm belief that communities know themselves and their assets the best. And while I grew up in Rosebud, I'm from there, I haven't lived in Rosebud since 2008. And so several of the people that I would say I would want them there have passed on and are not people that we could invite. And I think you all know who those assets are in the community as well. So those individuals that we did name, we would continue to fund them. But those additional people that you would want to send, that's where we would like the funding for those.
Totes and then Mike.
Well, I was just gonna ask, Emily, in that one, about if they were gonna still fund some more. And just off the top of my head, I would recommend, she's a great asset to us, and she's part of the Red Bear clan, the sisters, Sharon, I don't know, Phobal, I don't know if she's ever came to any of your events, but she's
Can I interrupt you
outstanding.
just for a second? We're gonna lose the motion if we don't have a second.
Oh, second,
Okay, finish the, funding? Yeah,
yep, for 4 of them,
Yeah, for 4 instead of.
thank you, go ahead.
yep, no, that's it.
Oh,
But thank you, ladies.
okay, Michael. Oh, you had a question. Did you forget?
No, I didn't forget, I thought I did. No, I had a question, but I guess at this point, well, still talking about the money or the number, then let's finish that.
Okay, so I wanted to make the motion, just to reaffirm the motions for 4 members that we sponsor. And before I add this to the motion, I just wanted to throw it out there. Do you think childcare would be a good people to advocate for which community, since they did that listing of our speakers? Okay, so can we designate that to childcare to do the nominations? And then what, bring it to council for final approval? Or, okay, so put that in my motion. To designate childcare to identify the elders, or to nominate the elders and bring it to the council for final approval.
Discussion? Ben?
How long would they take? I know it's September 29th to October 3rd, so when would you need that, when would they have to be selected and, you know, submitted to that way? Because it does say from September 29th to October 3rd in Deadwood, South Dakota. So what's the deadline for for them to be submitted before then?
I think if we knew the number, so if there's 4, we would be able to book rooms for 4 people. And if we knew it, like say the month before, so maybe before Rosebud Fair, if we had the final list by then, that would be ideal.
If there's no more discussion, I need a question. Bill, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
I'll take this money out of Horse Creek's, allocation.
It's broke.
Bob, you have something?
Yeah, I recommend that we take the money out of, treasure salary.
Yeah.
No, Miss Emily, I got a question here. It's just a train of thought. It's another, episode of giving money to, Washington Town. We do that to Rapid City every LNI, Black Hills Powwow. We give our hard-earned money to the Washington cities. Have you guys ever given the thought of holding this retreat up in Peshla? We got Peshla up there, and it's supposed to be a cultural site out there. We don't utilize it. So why can't you guys put up some tents and save some money and put the elderly people up there for a couple of days to talk about this stuff? And one of the other things that I got in mind is that I know a lot of traditional Lakota, Wichashan that feel uncomfortable talking about the past, about themselves, and what the future holds in a white man setting. They're going to have they can't express their true feelings in a white man's building. And the only way you could really get educational, emotional observation from elderly people is from their own home. They're free to talk about things in their own home, in their own comfortable setting. But when you put them in a different environment, there are some things that they're not going to be able to express. That's why I was just sitting here thinking about what you guys are talking about. And why not in the future hold something that could be done in Peshla to make our Lakota Oyate people more culturally and traditionally closer to Kungashula.
Thank you. But then,
Not really questions for you, but I don't, we are looking at that elderly board for here. When do you think that would possibly be in place?
Oh, yeah, that'd be a good selection.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because that would be something that they would probably looking for to find people, that, and again, I don't want to say our elders are still strong and young, but I mean, a lot of them are still on, disabled or maybe, have medication, things that affect as they get older. So the accommodation is going to be probably just as hard and maybe, again, that's why I suggested locally, because some of the ones that we do have valuable information from locally here that I know of can't travel very far. They can't go beyond probably Rapid City. No, just kidding. But that's kind of where I think if we could, I guess maybe collaborate in some way with maybe our elder group with you guys down the road there where we can actually have you guys come here to have something like that so we can at least have our elders be able to give that type of information and then be able to revert it back to our younger generation as far as high schools, elementaries, things that affect that will help our kids to understand that the way it is now wasn't how it was before. Twice as bad. We were just talking about energy. A lot of that stuff is going to be I guess more, I don't know how to say it, in the future. But like I said, the past is something that most of our elders had to grow up with, wearing water and electricity, things that affect. But, our younger generation did not realize that. So I believe that's why we're losing a lot of our culture and also the respect. So, but I would like to see that down here on the Rosebud. So just a recommendation or maybe even a request if you guys are able to do that. Making accommodations. I know the St. Francis Mission up there has some guest houses possibly, and then also, can accommodate you with the museum to help give that information and also help reflect back of what they remember, the good times, powwows, machipis, things that affect. So if that could be some kind of request, but also when you get that elderly board together, that would be a good resource for this type of thing.
I brought Lewis in to talk a little bit about it just real quick because probably by the end of next month, but I'll let him just explain real quick because
Yeah,
it's funding we're getting.
When I first started with the president's office, she asked if I could get an interim elderly advisory council committee, whatever you want to call it, together, but I have kind of been lambasted with other issues. We are still trying to get that together, and hopefully, you know, we get that within 30 days. We have a USET tribe that is willing to fund us for NICOA, that's National Council on Indian Aging, some of the programs that they have available for our elders. So if we could just get a little bit more time to get that together, I think this is something that probably should have been done a long time ago, prior administrations ago.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That was just my concern, that if where he wants to get that elderly part for the childcare, you know, I guess it's gonna be September, so I think we have time to actually maybe, you know, look at that. Because again, I hate to say it, but again, when our elders pass on, you know, it's really kind of a tough deal. A lot of things that they should have passed on, or they passed on, you know. So that's a good opportunity for us here on the Rosebud, but also, you know, surrounding tribes. So, but that's just what I'm waiting for. And if I guess now you heard from the president's office, you may want to contact them, I guess, down in the future if you ever get.
Yeah, and I'll be in touch. I'm going to be in Rosebud next week, so maybe I'll stop by the tribal building and just see who's around and connect.
I have a question, Emmy. Oh, Lila?
I think this might just, hi, Emmy. I think this might be for us here, but the last active group we had for Sioux Elder Committee was underwater waters. And they were the last active group, and that was like, that's what Earl Swift taught, and which is Alice Bass, Attorney Bunchie Alice. Four Horns. Anyway, that was the very last active group under Water Resources. Anita Emery and my mom worked with them. So they might have something there that was started, and maybe we could use something they have if we can find out about that.
Yeah, because when we were working on this, we were told that at one time there was a resolution forming that. We had the Secretary's office search and they couldn't find anything. That's why we're kind of starting over. And also we've been working with Pam, and she had a funding, there was a group and a funding agency that did projects for elders. And so we're collaborating with her, and she's going to turn that over to us to put something together for our tribe because it didn't work out up there. And so when I said that there's a funding source, it's what Lewis is talking about. He said at one time this group existed where from each community they had taken 2 elders and they took them on a trip somewhere. I don't know if anyone remembers that, but that everything is kind of folding together now so that we can get this going. We did talk to a few elders that are interested, like Lois Antoine was one of them that was really interested in coming, and I can't think of his name, Fremont. But so we have been talking to different ones, and that's why it's taken a little bit, because we're having to research, because we were told that there was a group, just like you're saying, but there's nothing forming it, so we're gonna kind of have to reestablish it.
Yeah, and I'd like to encourage Emmy and the other young lady, Chante, that's your name?
Yeah.
Okay. And continue doing what you're doing. But, you know, I'll tell you, there's a challenge there because we like to throw our jokes back and forth. So I would say write all those jokes down. If you get Rosebud and Oglala together, boy, we'll have a showdown. But that'll be a good one. Jokes between Oglala and Sichambu. Thank you.
Oh.
Yeah.
Speaking
Can I
of
add one
jokes,
point? I'm sorry I didn't catch the names of the 2 gentlemen who said it, but I just want to thank you for the feedback about Peshla. And also because feedback is always critical and appreciated. A lot of times at the end of the elder retreats, we ask for feedback forms and what they want, and it's always just more soup. So I really appreciate those critical feedbacks. It's really important. And like I said, a lot of these elder retreats are just created based off of what happened last year that could make it even better this year. And the beautiful thing about these other retreats is there is no blueprint for it. There's so much room to grow. There's so much room for visioning. And I'm always excited to collaborate with lots of different people, all of the different Lakotas. So that way we're able to provide a future for our children. That's where my priority is in my life. And so I'm glad to hear these things. And even the councilman with the gray shirt, sorry, when you mentioned us coming there and potentially supporting that, I would also be excited for something like that. I do know traveling is very challenging sometimes for our elders, but just to know that we're able to pull out their lived experiences and honor them in a way that feels so special and hold to us. I'd be so excited for something like that, and also willing to collaborate with anybody who has better and bigger plans to make this something that's a stronger foundation for our children. So thank you so much for holding the space for me to speak on that.
Who do you want this check made out to, and this Pine Ridge still deal in pesos or?
Hey. I'm still Sichaku, but I'm half Oglala. So it could be to Thunder Valley CDC. I can email this. I have Sherry's email, so I'll email it to Sherry. But to Thunder Valley Community Development Corporation, and then in the memo line, put LLE Elder Retreat, and then that will be directed to the right account for that. Yeah.
I got a question that may not be relevant, but or helpful. But do you enlist any support, material or I guess support from OLC over there, OL Community College? Do you work
Not
with them
up.
in any fashion on this project?
Not up through now. That is something we're building a relationship with OLC. So this year we've taken an intentional approach to directly figure out how to work with the tribe and with OLC. And so those are steps where we were rapidly working towards them, but the challenges presented by the current administration at the federal level have taken up a lot of our time. I think at OLC, at all of the tribes, at Thunder Valley, where those are still on our list, but we've had to shift where our priorities are for something. So yes, we want to work with OLC. We just haven't figured out the specifics.
I asked that question because I believe over here, Santa Galesca University in the past, over the years, has had an interest in a special place in their heart for elderly, and there have been during the term of Dr. Lionel Bordo over there. You know, I know that over the years there were he had an interest in and paid attention to elderly concerns. If I can put it that. So there may be some archival information over there. I don't know. That may be helpful. So that's why I asked the question.
Any other questions? If not, I think we got everything you needed. If there's anything else you want to share with us?
Not right now, but we'll continue conversations around the different things that came up because I love coming home. So I will grab that and run with it and come home.
Thank you. Keep up the good work.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Oksha.
Thank you, ladies.
Oksha.
Resolution time?
Pardon?
Resolution time?
Yeah, we got some budget.
All right.
So what do you have?
You got a quorum still?
The Cowboy and Sherry are still here.
All right.
There's a list.
We got a Lionel. Sherry's still here. What about Cowboy? Is his stuff still there, Bill?
Yeah, his phone's here too.
Will not.
All right, Nicole, knock you off. I'm just waiting on you.
Oil.
Morning sandwiches.
Motion for dinner.
That's about it here. I don't have it. Thanks, Nolan. Oh, okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
are we on this right now?
Yep.
I'll make a motion to ratify 20, 25, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, and 96.
We're gonna do 96. Oh, sorry.
So 91 through 95.
Okay, do I have a second? Votes, question? Lila, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Okay. Budget and Finance Committee. 1100.
Yeah, Mike. Because that whole, the agreement. First one I want to bring up is, I have one for, the, water and sewer program. Have to do with the advertisement for vehicles and the, we're up against the deadline, time expiring on the bid offer.
In the packet?
Yeah, it should be.
In the packet.
It's the, give me which one you want then.
Name Tony?
Mike, are you gonna motion to bring it on?
I move to bring on the resolution dealing with, from, meeting with Shoney O&M to purchase 2 vehicles. I'll second the resolution.
Second, votes.
Right.
Question? Okay, Bill.
It's a what? I can't see legislature.
All in favor? Sorry.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Go ahead, Mike.
Move to approve, the resolution.
20, 25, 109.
109?
Yeah.
Starting with the fourth, whereas the Bureau of Reclamation has allocated funds.
Need a second first,
Oh,
Mike.
excuse me.
Carrie.
Again, starting with fourth, whereas the Bureau of Reclamation has allocated funds to purchase 2 new O&M pickup trucks, and whereas advertisement number 2025-14 resulted in 6 qualified bids. Woodhouse Ford, $81,994. Frontier Motors, $89,836. McKee Ford, $79,996. Ford, $89,000 even. Frontier Motors at $80,000, and Sioux Falls Ford at $80,862 respectively. And whereas Sioux Falls Ford has 2 pickups on the lot and are available as soon as possible. The other vendors would need to order these vehicles August 25th delivery date, and prices would rise with the current trade wars in government potentially. Our department needs these vehicles now to execute our O&M work plan. The 6 bids were reviewed by the Budget and Finance, by the RST Treasurer's Office and the
and the RST O&M. The Budget and Finance Committee recommends a qualified bid from Sioux Falls Ford in the amount of $80,862 to the tribal council for approval based on vehicle availability, and now the report reads on.
Any discussion? If not, I need a question. Bill, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Opposed? 0. Not voting? 1. Motion carries.
Okay, Madam Chair, I move for emergency legislation on safety of dams contract for $367,000. 638 contract.
Is emergency? Second.
Thank you, Sharon. Question? Votes? All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Opposed? 0. Not voting? 1. Motion carried.
Madam Chair, I'll move for approval of resolution 10110, is it?
Yep.
Second.
Go ahead, Mike. As soon as I find it.
Starting with 1, 2, 3, 4. Whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribe Safety of Dams Program has proposed the attached scope of work, budget, and budget justification to support the submission of a Public Law 638 contract proposal for safety of dams operation and maintenance. And there's an O&M number there, including but not limited to. And the RST Budget and Finance Committee recommends that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approve and authorize the submission of a Public Law 93-638 contract for safety of dams operation and maintenance O&M funds totaling $367,000. Therefore, be it resolved.
When was that on?
One that's 40,000.
$367,000.
There's one for 40 and one for 3.
And one for 40 and one for 367.
It's upside down.
Oh.
You're the Lone Ranger.
And come on, be all right, right?
Yeah.
All right, do your 40,000.
I need a question? Bill, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. Opposed? 0. Not voting? Okay, Mike.
Okay, starting, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. The fourth, whereas
Which one? Which one are you on, Mike?
we're on the one that talks about $40,000 safety of dams again for O&M money. For specific dams, Corn Creek Dam, actually.
Second.
So bring it on as emergency legislation.
Yep.
Question.
Second, Ben.
Toad's question. Or second. My question.
Okay, so second, Ben, question, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Opposed? 0. Not voting? 0.
Madam Chair, motion to approve resolution 111.
Any second? Sherry? Go ahead, Mike.
Fourth, whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Safety of Dams Program has proposed the attached scope of work, budget, and budget justification to support the submission of a Public Law 93-638 contract proposal for the safety of dams operation and maintenance. O&M funds totaling $40,000 under Fund 12500 Dam Maintenance of Safety of Dams, also referred to as SOD, work on Corn Creek Dam. And whereas the Budget and Finance Committee has recommended the RST Tribal Council to approve and authorize the submission of Public Law 96-638 for the safety of dams operation and maintenance totaling $40,000, and therefore be it resolved.
Any discussion?
The fifth whereas, that should say 93,638.
Yeah, 93,638, yeah.
There's a typo.
As amended.
Correct.
Question?
Yeah.
Ben, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Okay, let's see here. Bear with me a second. The next one, I'd like to bring on is, the one from, the Commodity Foods Program.
Second, reconsider and amend.
Yeah, is this a,
Reconsider and amend.
yeah, I'm looking to reconsider an amendment,
Second.
Operation Deal.
Second.
Oh, second.
Bill, Ochichi. Question. All in favor? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
The sixth whereas, no motion to approve, excuse me.
Second.
Go ahead, Mike.
Six, whereas, RST Ordinance 94-125 establishes a procurement policy and procedures for use by department and entities of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. Whereas the RST Food Distribution Program has recommended the Rosebud Sioux Tribe adopt and approve the proposed food distribution program, software agreement, and signal, I don't know if that's spelled correctly, Partners Incorporated, of PO Box 2547 out of Wylie, Texas, to provide access to FDP software, software as a service, together with any applicable documentation, programming, and other user interface faces hosted in the cloud by Signal or its designee, including implementation services, technical support, maintenance, training, backup and recovery. And it'd be, there's just sentence that's struck out of there, and in yellow there are highlighted as language continued. Renewable annually, providing the amount does not exceed $100,000. Any invoices exceeding $100,000 will require RST Council approval and resolution. Okay, and then whereas nothing in the agreement is intended to, nor shall it be construed to waive the sovereign rights of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, its officers, employees, or agents. The agreement shall be performed within the applicable guidelines, resolutions, and ordinances of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, if any. In the absence of applicable guidelines, resolutions, and ordinances, this agreement shall be governed by the laws of the state of Texas. And whereas the RST Department of Agriculture, the USDA, Food and Nutritional Service, has determined that there is a sufficient justification under federal regulations governing procurement to allow Indian tribal organizations to procure a license for signal non-compatibility by using food distribution programs on the Rosebud on Indian reservations, administrative funds. I guess that's a sole source justification. Therefore, be it resolved.
Question?
I have a question.
I'm sorry.
Did you guys discuss the fact that it says that the agreement shall be governed by the laws of the state of Texas? Do we want that? I'd like it to say laws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. Is the committee comfortable with the whereas?
Well, I think you have to read the first part of that. In the absence of applicable guidelines, resolutions, and ordinances. Now, we have all those
Okay.
in place on our procurement thing. So as long as we stay within those guidelines, no, not a problem.
Okay.
Now, if for some reason, under the laws of Texas, Signal can't do this, then it won't happen.
Okay. And then,
Anything that happens here has to be done under within our guidelines, resolutions and ordinances.
okay,
That's all that means, yeah.
okay. And then it says renewable annually. Even though it's renewable annually, they'll still have to bring a resolution to the tribe, right? Or are we waiving that by approving what's in yellow?
Maybe Wayne can speak to that better than I can.
What's your question again now?
It was, it states renewable annually, providing that it does not exceed $100,000. So does that mean we're waiving, the reading for, that, or a proposal for next year for them to bring it forward? That as long as their fees are $100,000 every year, they can use this ordinance to renew?
Resolution?
Yeah.
I think you have to, if I could, I think you have to look at what the services are. They're to use software, and that's a every year thing, you know what I'm saying there? My point, so, as long as, food, commodity distribution is happy with what these guys are doing, then they're just asking for them to be able to stay with them, until they're not satisfied anymore. These guys are providing a service.
I get that. I just didn't want to, give a blanket resolution for
I understand
$100,000
why you're asking.
annually.
I'm just suggesting that that's why, they're asking for authority to automatically renew it to provide these services within the confines of this resolution. But believe me, I get what you're saying.
Okay.
And I don't think there's anything unusual about that. The tribe probably does that in the people that we contract to use for our software services back here. So,
I haven't seen the contract, but I'm assuming that the reason that's in there is the contract's for more than 1 year.
Okay.
So, and what it says is that if the invoice is ever increased more than 100,000, it has to be brought back to the council.
Okay, there's no contract attached, it's just
I haven't seen the contract, so I don't know, but
Yeah,
that's what I'm assuming.
the invoice. Okay, I just know that the finance department's very diligent, but next year, if this comes up again and they need to renew, then it's gonna have to come before council.
If the contract has to be renewed, yes.
Okay,
I'm assuming, again, I haven't read the contract, but I'm assuming that the reason that's in there is this contract is for more than 1 year. And so if it's for more than 1 year, the invoices can't exceed $100,000 without going back to council.
is there a contract with this? Or
They
is it-
didn't provide us with one. We assumed that it was run by,
Okay,
authorities that know.
That software stuff they use, like they want to.
Is it on a deadline?
Out east, she said so.
I couldn't tell you.
Do you want to, table it until you get a copy of the
Eric,
contract?
do you know anything about this?
I was just looking through my email. It looks like one of the resolutions I drafted, but I don't recall the.
It's already been approved, they're
strikers.
just changing that contract information.
Let's
Yeah.
just reconsider and amend it.
Yeah, it's just being reconsidered and amended, so the contract's already been approved.
Yeah, okay, very good.
Okay. So with that, can I get a question? Lila, all imposed. Big tired, all in favor.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Opposed?
One.
Not voting?
One.
Motion carried.
Okay, the next one. Bear with me.
Yes, Karen.
I'm gonna make a motion to table 2599. Till we have the time to have a full discussion with the council. So I know we're all kind of rushed right now and it's 6 in the evening and I have a lot of questions about this one.
Basically, yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Basically, that resolution is reflecting that. They have an outside revenue source. They get paid to house federal prisoners, basically. That money, I have to say that, the budget ordinance requires that all funds that come through the tribe go through the budgeting process. Now, those funds, how those funds are expended is being determined by the administration.
That's my concern.
Okay.
So your motion is
Now,
what?
they're proposing to set up a loan program for employees up there out of those monies.
Okay. To table 2599.
Do I need a second? Marion? Question? Ben, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
That's it for us.
Enrollment.
Yeah.
You're probably gone.
They're gone now.
Okay, head check. Let's go.
I don't know anymore.
No, I don't know what time sensitive, but there was one last thing that the Budget and Finance Committee did at the last meeting. And they recommended to the motion by Wayne Fredericks to allow the treasurer to increase the Attorney General budget by $150,000 to accommodate the Attorney General position because they're out of money.
To do it, but we not forget.
Increase the Attorney General budget by $150,000 so we can continue to pay the Attorney General because they're out of money.
Pay the Attorney General.
Yeah.
The Peoples and.
Peoples
whatever
and-
they're-
Peoples
All
and
right,
Kidder.
okay, so because we're utilizing that law firm, their services.
They spent all the money already.
Provide our Attorney General's offices services,
Right.
that money's all been used up.
Yeah.
So right now, we don't have, we're not able to pay for their service.
Yes.
So, I was just gonna say that to provide that money, I was gonna suggest you reconsider and amend resolution 24-242, which is our general account budget. And increase the Attorney General's line item by $150,000 for contractual. And that money come from, there's $198,000 that's not budgeted. Take $150,000 of that unbudgeted portion and move it into the Attorney General's contract.
Okay, Madam Chair, if the secretary has got that motion,
Okay, I need a second.
I will move.
Carrie. Question? Bill, all in favor? Hang in there, Bill, we're almost there.
7, 8, 9, 9.
Opposed? Not voting? Motion carried.
One comment, if I could. Given that we used up that fund in, what, 6 months? You know, money goes, what if this doesn't last till October 1st?
We spent,
I'm just suggesting that somebody has to monitor the expenditure.
Okay, thank you, Mike.
Services, they get paid for their services, right? It isn't a monthly.
Yeah,
stipend
no,
or anything?
they're one of the only ones that, and I really, my personal opinion is that they should all be like that, where we pay them only for their services, not.
I mean,
just
they
blanket.
bill us for whatever.
Yeah, they bill us
activities
whatever they
pay
do.
for it. And we've used up all the money in less than a half a year, you know, so somebody should be monitoring what they do.
I believe that, all of the things that happened with the election is what used up all the money
Yeah.
for.
I thought I gave you guys a copy of that because it was requested. It all went on two issues, basically.
Yeah, so we used up all that money to sort out the stuff with the election. I just
I
wanted.
move we have more elections for 10 years, then we.
Donald Trump, that's his.
Eric?
Just kidding.
And even though that sounds like a big number, I wanted to, the council know, part of that increase was to cover the cost of litigation with the state on the elk season.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why that.
Yeah, you mentioned that,
Yeah, needs to be,
Actually, they didn't use up the money, their money, it's that
Wait.
supplementary, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that's the need for the additional. That's one reason. I asked the law firm to submit an amended legal services agreement with those additional work in it. And I'm supposed to begin that in the next day or so, so I'll forward that on once I get it.
Council, the only other thing that I recommend you deal with now is, layout. There was a motion made by Budget and Finance Committee last meeting, directing me to visit with TLE and see if we could get an advance on our dividend. I did they sent me a check for 500,000. Now, the app is requesting 400,000 for their summer cooling system.
And did we pass that resolution contingent on TLE giving the money?
No, you just need a motion for me to meet with TLE to pass funds.
Okay.
Because LEAP had requested from you. The funds are here, you guys selected.
Sherry?
Thank you. That's a portion of our dividend from them, or is that the entire dividend? A portion.
It's a portion. So yes, but the other thing that comes with this is GLE had a board meeting yesterday, and President Woodknife attended that. And the tribal council passed a resolution last meeting authorizing the spring cleanup. And they authorized 100,000 to come from SWA and the rest to come from GLE and the tribe. Well, GLE says that it needs to come out of this money, right?
They said they've already appropriated their money, so they don't have the money that council recommended that they put in for the balance of SWA shortage. Phyllis, did you have something before I go on?
Yeah. So with the 500,000 that we allocated to LEAP for the summer months, they had already spent for winter, right?
Yes.
So that's why we had to come up with this additional 500 grand,
She's asking for 400,000, yeah.
400,000, still a
For the
big
summer
lump sum.
cooling.
So we also made a motion here to see the LEAP list also. So if we can still see that, and this is just food for thought. Come October, we're not even going to be able to afford cooling summer months anymore. We're not going to be able to afford the 400,000 or the 500,000. So that's something that we need to look at here. And if we're, because remember, we're the only tribe that does do
Yeah,
that.
I was just gonna remind everyone
So
that.
if we eliminate that, we won't have to worry about it. Then we can also inform the Oyate that come next summer that it will not be provided anymore because, you know, we've been just doing that out of courtesy to help the people also. And look how bombarded you guys got, what, a couple days ago, just with people having their lights shut off. You know, we just need to start getting PSAs out there and all sorts of stuff, just preparing them for what's coming in October. Going to be pretty heavy, especially with LEAP because they're going to be doing cutting.
Sherry and Mike.
Thank you. Um, sorry, guys, I don't know if we should make this decision today with only 11 of us. We budgeted that dividend money at the beginning of the year to cover like general account and whatnot, so I think maybe we need to analyze this with more council reps here and see what we can do, because I care about the cooling program. I know that it's important, but I also know that we have a lot of bills to pay here and a lot of obligations that we have also. So I just want to make that suggestion, because if that's a large portion of our dividend and we're getting it before we're scheduled to get it, then we're going to still be short somewhere else.
It was a small portion.
And then I don't know how the shareholders feel about that, you know, us taking our dividend and then spending it on a small group of people. So I just want to address that.
Yeah, our total dividend can't be determined until our audit is done, and the audit's supposed to be done next month. But they told me that based upon their preliminary figures, then our dividend will be a little larger than last year. So it'll be more than $1 million, but I don't know how much. But they've advanced 500,000 of that to us now.
What are you recommending?
I-
It affects the people, so you gotta.
You're the treasurer.
The treasurer, I don't know.
Mike?
Yeah, I'm one that, and it's just my, don't mean I'm right, but I firmly believe, for all my years of experience down here, that when times get tough, you know, and they have years ago, TLE fell back on TLE because that was the only generator of funds, substantial funds. And that day may come again. I'm suggesting that it's going to be difficult not to look at TLE when times get tough. Whether we like it or not, you know, they control pretty much the management of all the land that the tribe owns. They collect all the lease money from those lands. And in exchange, we get TLE certificates. That's the way the system is set up. That's the way it was set up back in the 40s. And it was set up well and had good intentions, and it was successful. But it may be a model that is no longer relevant or effective, you know, to our economic survival. It being a separate entity that, you know, we have to go to hat in hand, you know, for funding. And I'm just asking you, you know, to keep in mind that the day may come when we may have to rely on TLE and the money that's generated over there, and it's a lot. They generate more income than we do. They do. You know, I mean, we got to, I think we got to take a different perspective on how that arrangement is. And it's not going to be popular. It's not going to go over well. You know, the private interest holders are going to rise up against it. But the Rosebud Sioux tribe, the people who we represent, are by far the largest shareholder. We have more say-so, we have more legal right to say anything about what happens over there than anybody. more than those people that gather in this room for the annual meeting and basically have controlled things over the years, and that's fine. You know, but most of the time, most of the tribal council is not there at these meetings and not acting as one voice to represent the people's shares over there. Enough said.
We table this discussion until the 28th? If that's what you guys choose to do, do you have a second and a question? Bill, second? Question? Votes. All in favor of the tabling?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Opposed?
One.
Not voting?
Sure.
Madam Chair, can we recess till the 28th?
I have to look at the calendar.
That's our next meeting.
What is it? Oh, I can't see that
No,
far.
our next meeting is the 28th.
Our next council meeting is the 28th, Sherry, if you want to just, we'll just adjourn now and we'll pick it back up then. I mean, recess, sorry.
That's why I said.
Okay.
Can I have for the Attorney General? Yeah, it has.
And I have one more thing. Josh has been waiting all day. That's something for all of you. Right? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll let Josh go first.
Okay.
Yes.
Last thing, I promise.
You've been saying that. Well, you were funny.
But look at how productive we are. We did Quick Start, we did honoring, and we did council.
We just can't put a timeline on the honorings and stuff too, you know, so that, it was good today though, but long.
Yeah, it was
It was good.
Just
Let's just keep going, I miss church anyway.
Missed devotion.
You can sit it slow, you got a megabyte anyway.
Oh, man. Here's our sheet.
Only make a bite.
Charlie said that, if the board approves the dividend, then we can pay another 1.5 million after the audit. Okay. Go ahead, Josh.
Good afternoon, Council. Josh Jordan, I get intake specialist. Resolution 2021-37. We currently have a active, I believe, ratified resolution 2025-91, if not ratified already, for Indian housing improvement. That was a petition resolution identifying 32 eligible applicants for category B home repairs and renovations. We budgeted $93,000, 15% contingency rate for every applicant for 19 eligible applicants. And this resolution here, resolution number 2021-37, identifies $300,000 is identified for BIA special. Now, what I would like to do is request council to rescind this resolution. It is currently holding up our process for our current projects. If this resolution is rescinded, this $300,000 is already budgeted in 2025-91. The reason I'm requesting this is if this resolution is not rescinded, we lose 3 projects. However, we can amend all of these documents and lose 3 projects, or we can rescind this and keep 3 projects and hopefully get 19 done. Now, to my understanding, this may have been overlooked with BIA's efforts in assisting our budget stuff. So this is the only hurdle, my understanding, and then we can
move forward with our projects. We can start RFP, requests for proposals.
I'll make that.
Do I have a second? Lila, question, Mike? Oh,
Yeah, well, yeah.
okay, question, Mike, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10.
Opposed?
Sure.
Not voting? All in favor?
Long day.
Motion approved.
Did we see that budget?
Yes, ma'am.
So we just rescinded 21.
I didn't make copies.
Yeah.
I can if you'd like.
You could email it too if you don't have any.
Yeah,
Mikey, what's up?
So again, Madam Chairman, bear with me. Did the young man explain the reason why we need to rescind this again? I didn't quite grasp that.
Okay, so $300,000 for BI special is tied to this current resolution, 2021-37. Now we have a current resolution, 2025-91, that was budgeted with that 300,000. However, we determined that this resolution was still just sitting there and the money hasn't been expended at all. So if the resolution is rescinded, the 300,000 is already budgeted for 2025-91.
Which we ratified
So
earlier.
is this some unused money from past fiscal year or something then? For
This is-
300,000?
This is that, for the IHIP program, this is that money that sat there all this time. And now that we've been moving forward with it,
The money
BIA
that-
keeps
the
making all
money
these
that
changes with
SWA didn't
us.
use, or
Yes, sir.
that's the clarification I'm looking for. This is past fiscal year monies that SWA did not utilize.
Yes.
Now you're rolling it into the HIP award that the tribe is gonna manage.
This is part of it.
Putting it correctly?
Yes.
Okay.
It's the
So
same
we're
money.
we're increasing by $300,000 the amount of money that you were planning to spend on.
Yeah, it was already budgeted and then this other
Right, I
resolution took it
understand.
back. But we're putting it back. I mean, we're leaving it where it was in the
Oh, you're
first place.
putting it back.
Yeah, and we already just ratified it earlier when Sherry read those ones all off. It's a done deal.
That's the amount there, sir?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's confusing, Ben.
This whole thing is confusing. We've amended the category B like 5 times.
And as we're moving forward, all of a sudden they're saying, well, you need this MOU. Oh, we don't agree with that. We need to do this. And then, oh, this money, now you owe us this much money for this that was never a part of the original discussion. It's getting very frustrating.
That's because Art retired. It's one person there.
91.
Yep. So, we're trying to get started on these. People are waiting on us and it's making us look like,
At least you guys got out as many applications as you did. There was 15 applications taken there.
and that most of them are dead.
Mike, to clarify this, all of the old HIP monies that wasn't spent from 2008 up until 23 was all put into one pot and was awarded to the IHIP program. So that money is all awarded to them under this new resolution for these houses. But when they awarded the money, they forgot to take into consideration this resolution here and this 300,000. Because this resolution authorizes $300,000 to fix up 2 of these BIA houses over here.
Oh, okay, all right.
And that's not a part of the IHIP program. So this resolution needs to be rescinded, so that's no longer an obligation, and so the existing budget can stand.
Sure.
So we're just taking our money back, basically.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay. Is that it, Josh?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Shake hands. Yes, okay.
We still meet on the 22nd for the interviews?
Yeah, thank you. We'll be doing the chief of police interviews on the 22nd.
Gosh, I've been down here too long.
10 o'clock. Thank you.
Also, while we're on the air, and so you guys are still here, there was a memorandum that went out this afternoon. You're probably gonna get all kinds of calls, because my phone's been blowing up, and why are we closing down the TALC program? We are not closing down the TALC program. We're shutting it down today at 5, we're gonna open it back up Tuesday morning at 8 o'clock. We have to do some accounting back here to make sure that there's some issues with balances, so we're gonna get it all balanced out. But we're not shutting it down, closing it down, so we can housekeeping. We're coming. Yeah, and then we'll open back up Tuesday morning.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, would you be able to set aside some days for us to come in? And we have judiciary tomorrow, but as a body, sit down and talk about what's going on up at the PD, recruitment, all those types of things. And then can we also have the directors come in and just let us know about their 30% cut and how it's going to affect their programs for council too? And I know it's tight, and Wayne mentioned this, and earlier on, he said, when economic development is going to have their next meeting, he said, if there's any of you that are interested, please attend. So I think for all of us, judiciaries tomorrow, if you have any concerns or you have extra time, come on in and sit down with us, and afterwards we can sit and we can talk about things. Because there's not enough time on our schedule for us to do certain things.
Yep.
But, you know, we really need to do something because October is going to be here before you know it, and we need to plan. It also is for all of us to work together and plan, you know, for what's up ahead.
I think it would be good for us to plan it for June because May really is out of the
Yep.
question because there's other stuff on there that isn't even written
Right.
on there that I have on my calendar. And I'm really being considerate with Lisa, giving her time because there's a couple days in there that I'm not gonna be available.
No, June's good. We just whenever we
And
can sit down together.
the other reason I'm saying June totes is because if we're going to have an interview and select a new chief of police, then it would be good to involve the new chief of police in our discussion.
Right. And plus, we have graduations and everything this month, so
Constantly.
it's just bombarded. So
So
June would be
it was
good.
kind of risky still doing these meetings, and as you could see, we've just been hitting it hard with graduation here and there, but yeah, in June.
All right, thank you.
So I'll recess until the 28th. Do we still have a program that deals with our incarcerated individuals? We're working on somebody.
I got a letter from somebody.